Hello, everyone, and welcome. Good afternoon, good morning from wherever you're joining us across the globe. Welcome to our 2025 edition of our Duke-Margolis's annual public virtual convening on the state of real-world evidence policy. We're thrilled to have you all with us today. And again, welcome all of you from various parts of the globe. I am Rachel Hendricks-Stirrup. I'm the Research Director of Real-World Evidence at the Duke-Margolis Institute for Health Policy at Duke University. I should also add that I am an independent director of the Board of Public Responsibility in Medicine and Research. Now, as we move in to our next slide, we are going to begin today's event with a few welcome and opening remarks from me before we dive into today's sessions. Next slide. Here, before we go into some of our housekeeping items for today, which includes our statement of independence, I do want to first and foremost thank all of our members of the Real World Evidence Collaborative and its advisory group, as well as the Margolis Family Foundation, for all of the support that they've given us over the years, as this work would not be possible without their longstanding collaboration and support. We are delighted to discuss today the latest work and developments based on our engagements to date. I should add that we continue to remain heavily engaged and impactful during our 8th year as a collaborative, and we're very excited to have a broad array of speakers from across the real-world evidence policy landscape, and that includes industry, regulators, healthcare representatives, data curators, and many more of those who engage in our community that is real-world evidence policy. So to go back to our housekeeping items, here you'll see on our screen, we have our statement of independence. We are, in fact, as I mentioned, part of Duke University, and as such, we do honor the tradition of academic independence on part of our faculty, staff, and scholars. Neither Duke nor the Margolis Center take partisan positions, but individual members are certainly free to speak their minds and express their opinions on important issues. More information on our institutional policies can be found in our Duke Faculty Handbook, and that also includes our Code of Conduct and other policies and procedures. Next slide. So I'll go over a few more housekeeping items here. We do have a few meeting reminders. Attendees are encouraged to contribute throughout the meeting with questions. We do ask that those of you who are with us today as part of our audience that you use the Zoom Q&A function. This meeting is being recorded, and the recording and full slide deck will be posted on the Duke-Margolis event page in the coming weeks following this meeting. Next slide. Now, next, I'm going to take a moment to go over some of our latest work that we've completed and disseminated to date via the Real World Evidence Collaborative here at Duke-Margolis. So in February of 2025, the Real World Evidence Policy team published a white paper, which is what you see here. The paper is entitled Operational Tools and Best Practices to Support Electronic Health Record Source Data Quality, Relevance, and Reliability at the Data Accrual Phase. I would be happy to note that in this white paper, we discuss complex operational workflows that exist at the EHR source data accrual phase. We review current initiatives and use cases that provide insights into best practices for EHR source data accrual management. And lastly, we outline tools and best practices that can be useful among trial sponsors and data collaborators seeking to support EHR source data relevance, reliability, and quality, and also communicate those aspects to regulators and others who are interested or have a meaningful purpose for doing so. Everyone here, in fact, can scan the QR code that is on this slide to gain direct access to this white paper and have a read for yourself. Next slide. Next, I'm happy to share a policy brief that we also published this year in June. This paper is entitled Synthetic Data Generation Using Generative AI to Support Biomedical Innovation. In this policy brief, we discussed how synthetic data generated using generative artificial intelligence, or AI, and real-world data can be leveraged to accelerate drug development and research. Specifically, we present synthetic data management tools and best practices, ethical considerations for the generation and application of synthetic data, and regulatory developments to date. We recommend specific steps that regulators or regulatory stakeholders and practitioners rather may take to develop and describe regulatory fit for use synthetic data. Lastly, but not least, we offer a risk-based credibility assessment framework that could be helpful to those managing synthetic data derived from generative AI applications. Just like our last slide, you can access a full copy of this policy brief by scanning the QR code on the slide in front of you. Next slide. Next, I would like to highlight, once again, as we did last year, our international harmonization of real-world evidence dashboard. We continue to see a lot of success and engagement with this dashboard, and we are so proud and happy to share more updates and details about it with you all today. We continue to maintain and update this dashboard with guidance documents or frameworks published by national medical product regulators across the globe, along with other important communications published and disseminated by international organizations, including but not limited to the Council for International Organizations of Medical Sciences, or SIOMS, and the International Council for Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Pharmaceuticals for Human Use, or ICH. We're proud to share that this effort received a 2024 Innovation and Regulatory Science Award from the Reagan Udall Foundation for the FDA. You can find a picture of us receiving this award here on this slide, in fact. And since last year's 2024 State of RWE Policy Convening, we have added 13 new or newly published guidance documents or frameworks, bringing us to an observed total of 67 guidance documents or frameworks published among 13 different national regulators to date. All of this information can be found in the dashboard, either published directly in English by regulators themselves or via certified translation into English as a courtesy of the Duke-Margolis Institute. And again, like my previous two slides, you can directly access this dashboard online as it is openly and freely available to everyone via the QR code that is on the screen below, or on our screen, but below. Next slide. Now, I would like to take a moment to discuss our Duke-Margolis Real-World Evidence Collaborative Strategic Plan. The Duke-Margolis RWE team and RWE Collaborative members are proud of the work we've done over the past year, which was guided by this strategic plan, which is a 5-year strategic plan since 2023, moving us into 2027. So we are at a bit of the halfway point here today, which makes this event even more special. Today's sessions coincide, in fact, with the strategic plan and the RWE policy priorities developed or devised by our collaborative's advisory group. We want to better understand, as we illustrate here, how real-world evidence can routinely inform regulatory decision-making, integrate research into routine care, support reasonable and necessary payer coverage for patients and beneficiaries, and lastly, foster collaboration and harmonization across ecosystems, including international agencies. Next slide. Now, without further ado, I'm pleased to present an overview of today's sessions and speakers, and you'll find that here on our slide outlining today's agenda. So first, we will engage in session 1, which includes a fireside chat on the state of RWE policy in the United States, where our Institute Director, Mark McClellan, will moderate a conversation about current possibilities and future visions for RWD-NE. And participants do include in this fireside chat experts in policymaking, regulation, and payment. We will hear their insights on how to move toward an efficient, innovative RWE landscape. Then we'll move into session 2, which is entitled Cultivating the Integration of Research into Care. This will be moderated by our Assistant Research Director here at Duke-Margolis, Brian Cantor. And the session will explore the opportunities and challenges in scaling point of care and pragmatic trials for prospective real-world data collection and accrual. This session's goal is offering valuable actionable insights to advance pre- and post-market evidence generation to meet the needs of regulators, policymakers, payers, patients, and providers. Next, as we begin session 3, we will focus on progress on RWE to support reasonable and necessary payer coverage. I will be moderating this panel, and we will focus on current emerging strategies to ensure real-world data and evidence are capable of generating high quality and compelling evidence that meets the coverage needs of patients, health systems, payers, and regulators. Panelists for this session will highlight current initiatives underway to develop standardized real-world evidence frameworks intended to guide payer decisions and pricing of medical products and related healthcare services. Then we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll reconvene for session 4, which is entitled Shaping the International RWE Policy, Regulatory Policy Landscape. This will be moderated by our Assistant Research Director at Duke-Margolis, Valerie Parker. The session will bring together global stakeholders to discuss the evolving role of RWE regulatory policy. We'll review key areas of proposed alignment across regions and share opportunities to address signs of misalignment. The panelists will discuss how they are considering the integration of real-world evidence into decision-making processes and how to strengthen international collaboration on regulatory approaches. Our 5th and final session, entitled Sharing Lessons Learned to Date on RWE to Support Regulatory Decision-Making, will again be moderated by me, and the session will include a sharing of lessons learned across a breadth of regulatory use cases involving real-world data and evidence. The panelists will discuss present challenges to developing real-world data and evidence to address questions of regulatory concern. The participants will lastly discuss key steps to transform those challenges into opportunities to co-create with regulators. And now, as we dive into today's sessions, I'm going to turn it to our Institute Director, Mark McClellan, to kick off our first session for today's event, which is our fireside chat on the state of RWE policy in the U.S. Mark, I'll turn it to you.
Great. Thanks very much, Rachel, for the opening remarks and an overview of this packed program today. And I want to thank all of you who are joining us, not just for participating today, but for many of you who've been collaboratives in our real-world evidence activities, which continue to expand at Duke-Margolis as the importance of real-world evidence in both regulatory and care delivery processes continues to grow. Just as a reminder, we want your participation in this meeting too. Please use the Zoom Q&A features. I think a few of what you are already doing to ask any questions or make any comments that you'd like to add to the discussion today. In this session, we're going to focus on some key emerging developments and future possibilities for policies affecting real-world data and real-world evidence. We're very pleased to hear from some people with some unique experiences in leading health policy related to advancing real-world evidence generation and implementation to help create a more informed and evidence-based healthcare system. So I would like to welcome these panelists right now. Dr. Rob Califf is now an adjunct professor of medicine in the Division of Cardiology at the Duke School of Medicine. He's also twice the former commissioner. I think that's a unique distinction, Rob, of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Has been a career-long leader in innovative approaches to generate valid evidence, and also a longtime colleague in Duke leadership. Dr. Steve Farmer is a board-certified cardiologist and senior partner leader of ABIG Health. He previously, until recently, served as Chief Strategy Officer for coverage at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, where he led the development of innovative Medicare coverage policies, especially related to a wide range of medical devices and post-market evidence generation. And then third, Dr. Hillary Marston is currently the founding principal of Marston Health, which advises biotechnology and investors on regulatory and clinical development strategy. Prior to that, Hillary had public service as the inaugural chief medical officer of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, playing a critical role there, among many other things, in advancing FDA initiatives related to real-world data and real-world evidence. Thank you all for taking the time to be with us today. Let's get right into it. I know many of you have been continuing to work on recent developments related to real-world evidence, opportunities, and policy issues. This is happening in a changing policy environment, but the RWE opportunities seem to continue to grow. One example of this in June, the FDA NIH Modernizing Research and Evidence Glossary Working Group, that's a mouthful, published a paper describing its findings with the goal of an effort across NIH and FDA to clarify and advance the growing range of research and evidence development activities related to RWE. Hillary, you along with Rob were key contributors to this cross-cutting NIH FDA effort, which came up with consensus terminology for accounting for the novel designs and sources of evidence like real-world data that are increasingly contributing to our evidence and knowledge base. Could you share a little bit about the Moore glossary and how this common vocabulary is intended to advance research related to RWD and RWE?
Sure, glad to. And thanks so much for hosting this and including us. This is great. So this really came out of a paper that Rob wrote, talking about the Tower of Babel when it comes to clinical trial design terminology, particularly related to innovative clinical trials and designs using RWD and RWE. We specifically brought together NIH and FDA because we wanted to make sure that we were speaking to the whole audience of research stakeholders. So we wanted to reach industry, which is very likely to take a look at all of our guidances, all of the FDA guidances, and we wanted to reach academia, which might not look at those quite as closely, but certainly looks at things coming out of the NIH. So we wanted to work together with with the sister agency over at the NIH, and this was a true collaborative effort, bringing together all parts of the FDA, CDRH, CDER, CBER, and beyond, as well as many different institutes and centers over at the NIH. We specifically targeted terms that are not defined out there already or are ambiguously defined. So we wanted to make sure that we were giving ourselves as hard a job as possible. The definitions are put out there for a couple of reasons. One is to make sure that when we're describing designs, whether it's in the initial submission to a regulator or a published paper or an academic conference, that we're all speaking the same language about these things, that we understand actually what was being studied and how it was being studied. But also just having those specific sets of definitions can help point to some of the methodological issues that come up with some of these specific study designs. So with RWE, different forms of bias that you don't necessarily see in other studies, like immortal time bias, that is, you'll see that in the list. So it's available at JAMA Network Open. Definitely encourage people to take a look, and really a big shout out to the folks who helped us get this over the finish line. Lisa McShane over at NIH, Donna Rivera, and Mika O'Connell from the FDA, and many others who are on the author line. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Hillary, for that overview. And I think Matt put a link to the report in the chat, so please do take a look. Rob, turning to you, and this seems like an important step for addressing the Tower of Babel, but you've moved on to some other challenges as well with fulfilling the promise of real-world data and real-world evidence, especially data drawn from clinical practice, and referring to a recent JAMA perspective that you co-authored on some of the serious remaining challenges for getting valid data and evidence based on that from clinical practice. So that this article focused on what are we missing, and it seems like a lot of the data that are needed here weren't really designed to support research. Can you talk about some of the key challenges that you're focused on now in identifying and addressing that issue?
Sure, Mark. First, let me say this is a well-timed event. I think It's very exciting to me. My very first academic paper in 1978, Western Journal of Medicine, I was stupid enough to predict that within a short period of time, every patient's data would be in a database and that the summary results would be available, including best information about which treatments were best to a practicing clinician. So here we are 50 years later. We're still not there, but things have really changed a lot in the technology and computation space, so much so that I don't believe that these are the issues anymore. We're on a steady pace now to make the data, when it's there, better and more accessible, particularly with the use of AI. So we identified three main areas for work. The first is kind of obvious, making the data collection at the point of care better and more reliable. And I think that will be an iterative effort between the new tools that are available in the electronic record and claims data in real time using generative AI and effort to focus on the clinical care continuum. The second big area, which is still amazing to me that we haven't solved this one yet, is creating a longitudinal record. It's still the case that most health systems in the US don't know which of their patients are dead or alive because a dead patient doesn't send claims in or pay bills. So it's like they don't exist anymore. So it's neither yes or no for dead or alive. And as you know, missing patients and missing patient time is one of the biggest biases you can have, since missingness is not random, a well-known issue. This is also no longer a technical issue because the information's available. And between making the National Death Index better and more accessible more quickly and what's been shown with TEFCA at the individual patient level with a research application could really advance this quickly. And then the last area is improving what regulators encourage and what they understand about all this, because in the end, this is a fast evolving field. There will be a lot of things going on in defining what quality is, what the standards are, and what's going to be acceptable at the FDA and CMS is a big uh, element that we need to work on. But overall, things are really on the move now, and it's good to see the current administration taking this up as a major priority.
Yeah, I'll try to come back to more discussion of where the current administration may be headed. But first, let me bring in Steve by talking about some of the work that you've done recently, having just left government service yourself in trying to advance data and evidence within clinical practice in the context of CMS coverage decisions. So while you were at CMS, among many other things, you helped develop and then refine the agency's transitional coverage for emerging technologies proposed initiative, which CMS has begun to apply. I think it's fair to say in a number of special cases. As you know, most new technologies relevant to Medicare beneficiaries have a routine path to coverage that doesn't involve this focus on potential additional post-market evidence. But in certain special cases, typically involving major innovative medical devices, CMS has been aiming to help guide companies and provide some clarity around how to support post-market real-world data and real-world evidence highly relevant to Medicare beneficiaries who might use the product. And CMS has applied that recently, for example, in its coverage with evidence approval for transcatheter edge-to-edge repair tier for tricuspid valves in the Medicare population. Now, you can focus on that if you want or expand it, but I'd like to hear your opening perspective here on some of the lessons from your own experience in this intersection of real-world data, real-world evidence, coverage, and payment. Where are we in this process, and how can we advance it further?
Thanks so much, Mark. In my former role as Chief Strategy Officer for Coverage at CMS, one of my core projects was to develop more efficient and timely coverage policies. And During my tenure, we developed the TSET pathway for FDA breakthrough designated devices. Many of those breakthrough devices come to market with material evidence gaps relative to the reasonable and necessary standard for coverage under Medicare. Notably, they often have limited follow-up, maybe 6 months, maybe a year. And for an implanted invasive device, that's just you would want to know that device is going to last for longer than that. There's often limited inclusion of Medicare beneficiaries and exclusion of critical comorbidities, which are much more common in Medicare beneficiaries. And many of these studies are conducted at academic medical centers. The more innovative and complex the intervention, the more likely it is that you need an academic medical center to perform it, and yet we're often asked to cover in the community context, which can be quite different. So an expedited pathway for breakthrough devices necessarily entails a mechanism to gather further evidence when needed and justified in the post-market space. So CMS needs to develop policies for preventive services, to retire old policies, and to address emerging fraud, waste, and abuse concerns. They can't just exclusively focus on innovation. And so the TSET pathway, while it was specific to breakthrough devices, it required changes to the entire coverage paradigm to allow us to double the volume of our reviews to accommodate both focuses. We achieved greater efficiencies through standardization, leveraging relevant expertise when needed in our reviews by utilizing contractor support, and also we felt that we needed to provide greater transparency about our review standards, while opening the door for fit-for-purpose studies to satisfy CED requirements. So I wanted to point out 2 guidance documents that we published and finalized in August of 2024, which opened the door for fit-for-purpose studies in our coverage decision-making. The first was the CMS National Coverage Analysis Evidence Review Guidance. I can also create titles with that are a mouthful. The second was Coverage with Evidence Development Guidance. And in my time at CMS, I heard from the public a desire to increase our review volumes, to reduce the burden on facilities and clinicians, and to improve the consistency and predictability of Medicare beneficiary access to innovative medical therapies, particularly where there are no other available treatments. At the same time, we must also pay for treatments that work for our patients if we hope to deliver on the promise of value. So I believe that TSET and the CED paradigm that allows for post-market evidence generation through real-world data studies balances these considerations. So to bring RWD studies into our coverage reviews, it was clear that we didn't just need to write guidance documents, though. We also needed to educate CMS staff more broadly about the limitations of conventional RCTs and the complementary role that RWD studies can play in providing a more balanced assessment of the risks and harms of new therapies as they enter the market. In that vein, we conducted a whole graduate level course that was transmitted to anybody that wanted to watch it at CMS on issues in RWD adoption, methods, and standards, including, how do you think about whether data is fit for purpose? We also encountered considerable skepticism about the reliability and credibility of RWD studies externally, particularly following retractions of some high-profile RWD studies in the COVID-19 pandemic. So I believe that a rigorous review process at CMS is crucial to enhance the credibility of these studies. So many of our staff remain in the mindset that only RCTs allow for causal inference. And so I'm really pleased to see Issa Dehabra's article at JAMA that describes when observational studies can be used for causal inference. That reflects an important shift in thinking and language, and provides greater credence to RWD studies that are well conducted. So to increase the confidence of CED studies using RWD, we aimed at full pre-specification, transparency by requiring posting on clinicaltrials.gov, as well as protocols with sufficient detail in the submitted protocol to ensure reproducibility if anybody else wanted to replicate that study. That's the central tenet of science. So the building blocks are in place to incorporate scientifically rigorous RWD studies into the CMS review. Of course, it's essential to acknowledge that recent reductions in force will affect the volumes that CMS can review, though.
And Steve, thanks for that summary. Maybe we can come back to how to leverage the limited resources that are available. I did want to add in on the data side, kind of building on some of Rob's comments, that just yesterday, CMS and HHS announced another step intended to be, among other things, further progress towards more standardized and well understood data to support improvements in care in medical practice, and by extension to address some of the kinds of data quality issues that you mentioned, that Rob mentioned, and I hope we can come back to as well. This initiative is on advancing digitally enabled care, creating a CMS, essentially a digital health ecosystem goal with CMS-aligned networks. The focus here addressed many of the issues that, Rob, you described about not having critical information reliably and timely to help beneficiaries improve their health, especially around chronic diseases. But also to provide a basis for more rapid learning. It could fit in with the kind of criteria and quality of evidence frameworks that Steve was describing. The focus here was on bringing together critical clinical and claims data for chronic disease prevention and management. But I think it goes to a lot of the issues that you all have been talking about. And maybe, Hillary, I could go back to you, since I know you've thought a lot about issues where you can potentially generate evidence in real world setting with clinical and maybe claims integrated data that are getting better but still have limitations. Any thoughts you'd like to add to what we've talked about so far on those issues? You know, for example, a key part of this recently announced CMS initiative is how do we learn better, faster about technology-enabled approaches to help Medicare beneficiaries manage their chronic disease risk factors like obesity or cardiovascular or cardiometabolic conditions?
Yeah, so before going into some of the technologies that can reach our view into folks' lives, like not in a creepy way, but in a data-based way, I think it's important to focus on improving the data on chronic disease that actually comes out of the clinical setting, right? And part of that comes down to some of the efforts that we've got ongoing as a government, as a clinical community, on making sure that the formats of the data are consistent across different sites, that they're able to be transferred. Rob already referred to TEFCA, but part of it is also making sure that clinicians are compensated for that time actually fixing the data, that they have the ability to input data in ways that actually helps their care. So not just research settings, not just, you know, CMS policy, but also it is the way that I am easily putting information in actually going to get me the information that I need to better take care of my patient. So an example of this that I've talked to with Rob's co-author, Ali Abbasi, is just smoking history, right? So if you look at the electronic health record, you'll see, oh, longtime smoker, or, you know, 2-pack per day smoker, or 20-pack year history. And none of those things are going to tell me if I need to order a CT for that patient, a screening CT, right? So all good information, interesting information, but should it be formatted in a way that's more relevant clinically for those individuals, and should the clinicians actually get direct compensation for that time? The other issue that you're raising is an effort that clearly has been an emphasis of CDRH for some time, and certainly under Michelle Tarver's leadership, is enabling technologies that really give information about common chronic disease in daily life. So, these can be anything from continuous glucose monitors, which the administration's been talking about making sure are available not just to people who currently have diabetes, but people who want to better understand their risk, et cetera, to, more soup to nuts technology available through the iPhone. Tremendous potential. When we look at it from a research point of view, you have the trade-off of getting to see more of the patient's life, but you also need to understand how good that instrument is. So one of the things that we've talked about is the ability to actually study just comparison of those technologies to traditional endpoints, giving reassurance to regulators that they can actually rely on the data coming out of them.
Great. Thanks for those comments. And Rob, maybe that circles back to your recent paper. Hillary mentioned Ali Abbasi was your co-author on that. And when your title was "What Are We Missing?" and it seemed like one of your points was that the data that you get that's more reliable depends a lot on how it's used. So if it was data quite relevant to payment, maybe that would be more accurate. But what would you add about these opportunities to build on richer data coming into clinical practice and at least some opportunities to help them be better fit for purpose for RWE development?
Yeah, Mark, I think there are pieces of this that need to fit together. I don't know if anyone disagrees with this, but 100% of clinicians I've talked with since being a civilian again have said, unless they're in concierge practice, they're on a treadmill, running faster and faster with less time to actually spend with patients and spending most of their time hunting and pecking and typing into keyboards. But the thing that's obviously radically changing that now is ambient listening, generative AI. This is going to free up time to interact with patients to get better data, but also, I think, lead to an iterative situation where the feedback on the quality of the data is going to also happen essentially in real time. I got to tell you, I'm having a little bit of fun the last 24 hours. You may have seen it, but there's a tool in prototype now here at Duke where you can crawl your own medical record using generative AI. And I'm finding all kind of things in there, but you essentially can talk to it in English and you get answers back going all the way back in, seconds about your entire record. So it's a great way to correct the record. It's a great way to summarize data and also tell you what's not there so that you can fix it if it's going to be needed. Assuming that all this works, I think that the other big thing that we don't talk about enough, and assuming that the longitudinal record works, and I'm glad about this new initiative to pull together the national ecosystem. So no matter where you go, if you're having medical encounters, it could be used. It's still a problem that for a lot of research, you need studies done at a particular time relative to the inception point that you're interested in. And that's still an issue. But I'm beginning to see how that can now be folded in a way it just couldn't. Even with the advances in Epic and Oracle, it's still pretty clumsy when you talk to clinicians about how to manage this. But being able to crawl through text and organize it is just a whole different world.
Yeah, I do want to come back to some of these AI opportunities, and you mentioned the Duke crawl capability. One of the key elements in this health tech ecosystem that CMS is working on advancing is chat bots and supports in collaborations with clinicians to help people kind of understand their data. And I would like to come back if we have time, and maybe we can talk about it in other panels later today, because it does seem like things are changing rapidly. Steve, you and I have talked about some of the big changes happening in healthcare payment and in the coverage and data systems, as you already talked about, to support them. There is this shift towards more of an emphasis on paying for outcomes, paying at a more bundled level for, in the case of this tech ecosystem, chronic disease management, also goes for other areas like specialized cardiovascular care. How do you think about policy to support evidence development when the payment systems and the data capabilities and methods are changing so rapidly? You don't want to lock in kind of old style registries or traditional approaches if we can make them better over time. How do we encourage all of that in CMS policies?
Well, I think some of the early TSET pilots are an example of part of the challenge, where some of the protocols we asked them to be fully pre-specified, and they did that based upon the current state of the world. But when you think about diffusion of innovation of technologies into the market, it's going to be some time before there's enough sample size to conduct the study. Then if you need to follow patients for 2 years, that further extends the time frame out. And then if you have to wait for administrative claims to mature and be finalized, that can add further time. So many of these pilot RWD studies were going out 7 years, and the world has evolved dramatically with AI just in the last 2 years. And it's really hard to know where the evidence base will be or where the data will be, the richness of it 7 years from now. So, for example, studies of, you mentioned T-TEER, transcatheter tricuspid edge repair, as one of the coverage decisions that we've made that incorporated an RWD study. It's based upon, the protocol is currently based upon the documented severity of tricuspid regurgitation in the record, but who knows, it may well be possible in the future to have a virtual core review of the actual images to have greater assurance that you're comparing apples to apples. The patients in the treatment and control arms have similar severities of tricuspid regurgitation to allow you to have better causal inference. So it's a challenge. So the way that we approach this is to say, I want you to design the study that you feel is the most rigorous today, but we'll have a check-in point in the middle at 5 years out, and we'll interrogate the data and see what's possible. And if revisions are needed, they'll just be amended. That protocol will be amended, and we'll justify those. So we're allowing for the world to change, but also doing the best we can with where we are today.
Mark, I just want to insert something here, and Steve brought it up the first time. The publication of methods that actually most of the time work for causal inference in an observational sense. I think for the crowd listening in today, I can't emphasize enough that people need to pay attention to that. And Steve didn't mention that the vast majority of currently published observational treatment comparisons wouldn't cut the mustard, wouldn't possibly cut the mustard. And so I think sponsor companies and health systems that get into this, as I think they all should, have really got to have methodologic expertise to get this right. Because essentially, you need to be able to simulate a randomized trial from the get-go. And observational studies does not mean do a crappy study of messed up data and throw aside, take a mulligan on everyone you don't like, and then publicize the one that you do like. And I'm afraid we've had way too much of that up until now.
Well, it is really hard to transform clinical practice effectively without good evidence. And we've talked about some of the challenges in generating that evidence and some of these new opportunities that are coming. We just have a few minutes left, maybe to put you all on the spot a little bit. And Rob, maybe I can start with you. I know you've thought about this a lot. What would you like to see as a good example of evidence generation that could be supported credibly from the payment and coverage side, like by CMS or other payers, to help answer an important question, say about these emerging digital technologies that could really improve access to care and prevention for many common chronic diseases? But as you say, there's a lot of stuff out there. We're not sure what works, and it's evolving quickly.
Well, Mark, given my leaning, what I would like to see would be to arm the federal agencies, specifically CMS and NIH, with the tools to require these studies where the answers are important for the public health or for the payment system. In the absence of that, I wish the health systems would take it on, because we're obviously spending $5 trillion a year, a lot of it on stuff that's not very useful or effective. And if we just took an area like the anti-obesity medications, that's a theme for this administration, the largest chronic disease issue that we have in this country. There are going to be dozens of partially effective treatments, and who's going to know which is best and what it's worth comparing one to the other? If we don't have an organ, it shouldn't just be up to whoever does the best marketing. It ought to be based on evidence.
And the right comparison, how to use beneficiary support tools, the kind of remote monitoring and things that Hillary was talking about earlier. Hillary, I know you've thought about some of the challenges in getting reliable data and endpoints for studies around nutrition and medical and non-medical combination interventions for obesity. Anything you'd like to add on this point? I agree, that's a huge area for needed evidence quickly.
Yeah, just before that, just picking up on a thread about the quality and the methodological issues with some of these observational studies. Regulators have a role to play there too, right? In terms of helping to point out, helping sponsors to understand what those issues are, what they're seeing quite often. And FDA has worked on this in the oncology space with the Q Card initiative, trying to make sure that they've got things in a template that really point sponsors directly to the things that they need to be thinking about when they're looking at submitting these types of studies. In terms of the data space and the nutrition space, yeah, I would love to see an emphasis on improving data collection outside of the clinic as well. Nutrition is a critical space for that. I mean, I would settle for really good linkage of records from the various care settings that people go to, but given the focus right now on nutrition and its linkage to health, I think the moment is right for a really concerted effort in that space.
And Steve, maybe the last word. We are about out of time, but as you see some of these payment reforms moving towards focusing on, how do we help beneficiaries reduce and maintain lower weights, support better primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention for cardiovascular and other conditions. What do you see as some leading opportunities for CMS, other payers, and maybe as Rob said, health systems to support better, more efficient real-world evidence development?
Well, I'm intrigued by the idea of the ambient data collection in the clinic setting, and the potential opportunity for AI to prompt specific data elements that need to be collected, because it'll give you a leg up on the missingness issue in RWD. But in terms of advancing the field of play for patients, I think we need to find better ways of engaging patients in their own health. And AI could really accelerate that effort and expand the capabilities of clinical practices to meet patients where they are and bring them along in their journey.
Well, I want to thank you all for a great discussion. Time flew by, but I appreciate where this session ended up, with a lot of notes for possibility and rapid progress in the future, but some real practical challenges in getting there. We've talked about stretched resources, both within federal agencies and in healthcare organizations. There's a lot of hope that digital technologies, passive data collection, AI, et cetera, will help with that. But these are by no means resolved issues yet. I do appreciate all of your efforts, and I know this is an area where our Real World Evidence Collaborative is going to continue to look to work with you all and others to make progress here. Thank you all for teeing up a great afternoon of discussion in the rest of this conference. And with that, I'd like to turn to the next session presenter here, which I think is Brian Cantor.
Yeah, thanks for the handoff, Mark, and a great discussion with Hillary and Steve and Rob. My name is Brian Cantor. I am an assistant research director here at the Duke-Margolis Institute for Health Policy. Among areas of work that I help lead are a lot of the policy work we do on clinical trial modernization, of which there's a specific focus on integrating clinical research at the point of care. And I think this session, as Rachel presented in her opening remarks, is very important to the work of the RWE Collaborative, being one of their key strategic pillars. And in this session, we're going to explore opportunities and challenges with scaling RWE collection and accrual that is collected during routine care. And our expert panelists from a variety of perspectives will share their insights, frameworks, and strategies to advance evidence generation to meet the needs of a number of stakeholders, but most importantly, the patient. And I'll now introduce our panelists before they give their short opening remarks. And as I introduce panelists, I ask you to come on, turn your camera on and come on video. First, we have Jennifer Goldsack, founder and CEO of the Digital Medicine Society. Our second panelist will be Ivy Altamare, who is a senior medical director and head of research oncology in the clinical research unit at Flatiron Health. Our third panelist is Amy Abernathy, who's co-founder of Highlander Health. Our fourth panelist is Michael Mack, who's the medical director of cardiovascular surgery at Baylor Scott and White Health. And our fifth panelist, rounding us out, is Heather Stone, who's a health science policy analyst in the Office of Medical Policy within the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. And now I will give the floor to Jen for her opening remarks.
Fantastic. Thanks, Brian. And good afternoon, everyone. So as Brian said, Jen Goldsack, founder and CEO here at the Digital Medicine Society. And, you know, germane to our discussions today, a question I'm often asked as someone who works at an organization called the Digital Medicine Society is, you know, what do we mean by the digitization of sort of health and healthcare? And I will always start the way I tell that story by talking about data becoming currency in the digital era, and that data no longer lives in a manila folder locked in a file cabinet with only the PI having a key. We all remember these IRB boilerplates, don't we? And you know, all of the analytics being done on a non-networked computer. Now in the digital era, we have the ability for data to be used and reused with the appropriate permission, for data to flow, to data to be analyzed with capabilities that in this sort of era of enormous sort of compute capacity, we've never been able to dream of. And that to me is the underpinning of the digitization of health and healthcare. And I think when we think about integrating sort of real world data and evidence, we have to not just be cognizant, but we have to be advocates of the use and reuse of data with the appropriate permissions, because we can. I would even go so far as to say that it may be unethical if we don't leverage every data point to inform as many high quality clinical decisions that improve lives as possible, as long as we have the necessary permissions. I think one of the other tenets that accompanies the sort of digitization of health and healthcare is that highly clinically relevant data is no longer simply captured within the walls of the clinic. That not only are we thinking about traditional tools perhaps being administered beyond the walls of the clinic, you know, sort of patient reported outcomes, for example, but what Amy actually so often very elegantly calls our sort of digital exhaust, which includes an awful lot of data that is not necessarily clinical in nature, as we may have previously described it, but is incredibly relevant. And I wanted to share that I was talking to colleagues at a large sort of consumer sort of wearable company the other day, and they were talking about some data that they have in press right now. So I will be reasonably vague about what I disclose, but at a very high level, that we, you know, they have shown in some cases when we look at sensor-generated measures of physical activity, at sensor-generated measures of sleep, that they can be more predictive of cardiovascular events than our traditional clinical tools. And I believe that. And if I want to be a little bit punchy, we could think about the fact that we get into our car and maybe you have an OnStar system, which knows how much we weigh. And then after work every day, this is not me, by the way, just to be very clear, you might drive to the liquor store and your credit card data will tell you that every day after work, you buy half a handle of vodka. And then we can look at your search history and we can look at what you're Googling all evening. That's probably going to tell us a lot more about your short-term health than anything we could capture inside of the clinic. And, I intentionally say that because there's opportunity here and there's risk of harm, and we have to be mindful of all of it. I also wanted to talk about this notion of data quality that I know we'll dive into during the rest of the panel. And, there's a couple of terms that I think in the digital era are bounded around sort of very often without perhaps thinking too much about the practicalities. So data quality, I've heard, especially when it relates to sensor data, for example, that we're particularly interested in raw data. And the reality is we're probably not going to access raw data, the majority of the time. But how do we think about what's acceptable levels of data processing that we can tolerate and understand so that we can use and reuse these data? How do we also think about this notion of real time, right? I've heard very often, actually, over the last sort of couple of months, this notion of wanting to make real time decisions. The reality is, especially if we want to continue using things like claims data, very little is going to be real time. We have to think about our comfort levels, and we have to think about what's possible in terms of data latency. And just to wrap up, I want to sort of share my own sort of personal story and why the integration of real world data and evidence is so important when it comes to clinical and regulatory decision making. I am, and I've been sort of very public about this, but I'm sort of currently in a battle with late stage colon cancer. And I will tell you that one of the most frustrating things throughout the course of my treatment is when I sit down with my oncologist and we look at prognosis and we look at treatment options. And I'm on a pretty savage chemo regimen. And sometimes when we're trying to make trade-off decisions between side effects and outcomes, we'll go through the data, and my care team is wonderful. But the caveat at the end of this is, yes, but all of this data is based on old men. And, I say that sort of quite flippantly, but it's really hard to sit there and know that everything we've just discussed is predicated on a data set that doesn't reflect me in any way. And it's particularly frustrating because it is the media, and I'm sure in all of our personal relationships, is absolutely replete with the fact that younger individuals are getting diagnosed with colon cancers at astonishingly high rates. That data is out there. It is being collected in, wait for it, real time around the country, and yet none of it is being used to inform my care. And that's the problem I want us to solve for. And it is absolutely a solvable problem. So Brian, I'll hand it back to you. And I'm really excited for this discussion.
Jen, thanks for sharing that powerful story of your own personal experience. And I think we'll come back to that topic about real-time data and data latency. Ivy, I'll pass it next to you for opening remarks.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Jennifer, for your amazing comments and also sharing your personal story. And I think that is, that illustrates what the mandate that we all have to really use real world data to the best of its ability. Flatiron Health is a company that has a mission to do exactly that, to utilize data already existent in the EHR to its maximal ability so that we can learn from every single patient and their experience with cancer as we are oncology focused. I do have a few slides to share. So as those are being pulled up, as Brian said, I am a medical oncologist. And while I'm a huge advocate for patient-centered care, I'm equally passionate about relieving the burden on who I see as some of the unsung heroes of research, which are the immense staff of research nurses and data coordinators and regulatory specialists and others that make clinical research possible. So as a tech company, we at Flatiron believe that technology, especially now with the innovations provided by responsible application of AI, can accelerate evidence generation in multiple ways, and not just retrospective evidence, but prospective evidence. I list here a few ways that real world data can help to really modernize clinical trial design and conduct. and I think drive efficiencies to support pragmatic evidence generation, which is really aligned with the recommendations from Duke-Margolis itself and other policy and advocacy groups, in addition to the NIH and the FDA. So I list here the ways that real-world data can really support pragmatic evidence generation. Real-world data can be used to simplify protocol objectives and endpoints. Real-world data modeling can simulate the impact of a broadened eligibility criteria on the ability to accrue patients, thereby improving trial access and the generalizability of results. That's study design. But what about study operations? So next, I list a few ways that we can impact study operations. Real-world data can be used to power patient matching tools via queries of unstructured and structured data using ML extraction and LLMs to support screening across a trial portfolio based on the inclusion-exclusion criteria of trials open at a center. And real-world data can be used to really streamline data collection with tools to facilitate EHR to EDC data transfer. Now, this is potentially game-changing software that simplifies study data entry by allowing coordinators to select and then electronically transfer patient data into a study database instead of what happens currently so often, which is the slow and tedious and error-prone process of manually typing information from one screen into boxes on another screen. So we believe that these tech tools and processes can really accelerate evidence generation. We believe like this is the how. How do we close the gap between clinical care and research? How do we make cancer clinical trials more accessible and enable research wherever care is delivered? So we can do this in part by relieving the burden on research staff with EHR embedded technology. And most importantly, this can improve the generalizability of results by studying therapies in a population more closely representative of the real world, which is exactly what Jennifer was talking about earlier. So on the next slide, I described what Flatiron has done, which is to combine a product suite of tech tools together as a prospective evidence generation platform with a master clinical trial agreement enacted in a growing network of community and academic sites that are tech-enabled. So they have these technological tools for screening and data transfer live at their centers, with prospective data collection covered by an IRB-approved parent protocol. So this platform is live. We call it Flatiron Trials, and it's the foundational operational platform for a growing list of sub-studies that tech-enabled sites can opt in or out of. On the next slide, I have an example of one kind of study currently being run on this platform. We are working together with Exact Sciences to support a 5-year study evaluating the ability of molecular residual disease, or MRD testing, to predict cancer recurrence among patients with early stage solid tumors getting treated with curative intent. So patients are enrolled, and sequential biospecimens are being submitted from the enrolled patients, and then real-world clinical outcomes of the enrolled patients with multiple types of cancers are collected via this tech-enhanced data collection longitudinally. And so what we've seen thus far is that there's been broad interest in study participation, both because of the scientific objectives of this trial, but also it's pragmatically designed. So the schedule of assessments is intentionally aligned with routine care. It's meant to be flexible so that no patient needs to come in for an extra research-only visit, and no patient needs a research-only blood draw. Everything is done in the context of the routine care of however the patient is getting managed in long-term follow-up. And the data entry, the majority of the data entry for this trial, 68% of the case report forms, data entry is supported by that electronic transfer. And because of all of this, the study went from contracting to first patient enrolled in less than 6 months, which really outperforms industry standards. So this platform is live and operational. I think it's going really well. We've seen huge site interest. The sites are primed for this manner of data collection. We have the study contracting and startup streamlined. We're able to quickly apply lessons learned from one sub-study to another, and feel like this offers an operational infrastructure and regulatory framework for study execution and longitudinal data collection. So thanks for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to the panel discussion.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ivy. Thanks for sharing kind of all the infrastructure you're helping to build out at sites, and really appreciate too the feedback loops you're setting up to be able to implement lessons learned, continuous improvement for longitudinal data. And it's a good segue to Amy Abernethy from Highlander Health now for your opening comments.
Terrific, and thank you for having me. While I reflect on today's comments, I go back to something that Rob said in the first session, where in the real world data, real world evidence space, we're sort of on this evolving leading edge, and in an evolving story of the possible. And in Jen Goldsack's comments, as we think about what's been enabled through compute power, through the ability of leveraging artificial intelligence, from ability to networking, and then also the demands of what we are really going to need for patients, including getting to the place of being able to leverage real-time data to make real-time decisions about the individual. We are living right on this evolving edge. As I really think about this further, Brian, in the context of the core comments for this session, which are improved integration of research into care, I always go back to what are the evolving issues with data that we're going to need to be thinking about and solving for. And both Steve and Hillary talked about how we then need to develop the regulatory paradigms and muscle at the regulatory agencies to solve for this. And I want to bring up 3 critical points. Next slide. The first is that longitudinality and the importance of longitudinal patient data is becoming progressively clearer all across the healthcare space and in the evidence generation space. And Rob brought this up this morning. And critical to this is our ability to get better and better at stitching together the longitudinal patient story. I agree with Rob in that the health system doesn't hold the whole story. For example, mortality information is often missing from the medical record that exists at a health system. But indeed, these data, health-related data details exist in multiple different data sets, including data sets that we usually don't access, as Jen Goldsack mentioned, and can now start to be stitched together to tell a longitudinal story of the patient. This is work that we did at Highlander Health together with the Duke-Margolis team about the feasibility of building a holistic view of the patient through data linkage, data curation, and being able to now use this information for high quality real-world evidence and real-world data research. And it's still in early days, but it is indeed possible, made even more possible through the capabilities of, for example, artificial intelligence, data curation, et cetera. The second point that I want to highlight is that there is an evolving concept right now that I think is becoming more in focus, that it's all just clinical data or health-related data. We have historically created bright lines between clinical trial data, which is that information represented there in the green, versus data that's collected outside of the boundaries of a formalized clinical trial. But when you really think about it, it's a clinically relevant data point that is collected under certain set of conditions. Maybe those conditions are inclusion of certain kinds of controls, such as good clinical practice and source data verification, or maybe it's data that's collected within the context of a day-to-day clinical visit. But practically speaking, it's all clinical data with different levels of controls, different permissions, and differing essentially gradations of data quality. The third key point that's starting to evolve is on the next slide. And this is what I'm I'm starting to call, together with my colleagues at Highlander Health, data mosaicism. Practically speaking, as we think about leveraging data that exists in any particular healthcare setting or any particular health data resource, and now try and pull all those different health-related data resources together into a final output data set that can be used by an end user, such as a regulator. Each individual healthcare data source goes through its own set of processes for data creation. If we're going to ingest it into another data set for curation, it goes through a data ingestion process that's unique to that healthcare setting. The data curation process itself is unique and happens related to that setting. And then it moves into an output data set that is then amalgamated across many different data settings in order to then get to a final data set that is a combination of all of those different steps happening in different places for different purposes, and now a final data set that may be used, for example, for coverage with evidence development program, like Steve was talking about in the beginning session. And so practically speaking, learning how to deal with mosaic data is going to be a key attribute of the evolving real world data and real world evidence story going forward, because practically speaking, we're going to need to do many of these steps close to the source. For example, close to electronic health record that resides in a health system, and then solve for downstream concerns as the data elements move through the process. So if data mosaicism is an evolving story that's going to be real for all of us, it then takes me to my last point, which is that as we've seen across the story of real world data and real world evidence for the last 10 to 15 years, it's really important to learn to do this work, to get into the details underneath the hood and understand what works and what doesn't, what you can trust and what you can't trust, in order to then build the muscle about how to do this work and a set of expected guidances or guidelines about how the work gets done well and can now be implemented by others. And so doing that work underneath the hood is a key task for us at Highlander Health. And in the next conversation with Mike Mack, I believe you'll hear about one example. We're spending time thinking about all of these steps for one health system at Baylor Scott and White that can then be replicated at other health systems, so that we can now start to see how does it look as we get to a mosaic in data set. With that, I'll stop and turn it over.
Yeah, thanks so much, Amy. Really appreciate you giving the latest chapter, I think, on an evolving story with the data mosaicism, and knew that figure that you, on the longitudinal patient journey looked a little bit familiar. And Mike, you're all set. Amy teed you up with the perfect transition, so take it away.
All right, thanks, Brian. So the project that Amy talked about that we at Baylor Scott and White are doing with Highlander Health and Amy and Brad Hirsch is looking at the feasibility of using real world data for regulatory decision making. Next slide, Brian, or whoever's running the slides. So the roadmap is this article that was published by Joe Franklin, Amy, and others that are on this meeting, published in JAMA about modernizing data infrastructure for clinical research. Next slide. And you can click twice more. And so where we're starting is very much at the beginning here, looking at the feasibility of collecting data from EHR and claims records and using them for regulatory purposes. And it's putting together a multidisciplinary research community to build the capability of rigorously evaluating existing data sources. So I think of this as kind of the first brick in the wall here of modernizing or looking at the feasibility of existing EHR data for regulatory purposes. Next slide. So the initial project, we looked at the baseline assessment of the ability to use data that's routinely captured in our EHR system to populate existing clinical trial and registry data sets. And we used two examples here. One is on the left is an IDE trial that we led called the Partner 3 trial, which is an IDE trial for approval of TAVR, transcatheter aortic valve replacement, in low-risk patients. And the case report form for this trial had 1,061 defined variables. We also looked at the case report form for the TVT registry of TAVR, which has been used on multiple occasions for label expansion regulatory decisions. And this is a more parsimonious case report form, but still had 251 variables. Next slide. So the objectives were to determine the feasibility of using real-world data, evaluate the data maturity, identify domains for improvement, categorize lessons learned and recommendations on the approach that could be used in other healthcare systems, and look at the scalability of this to other healthcare systems. Next slide. So in looking at the data maturity, we used the NEST model, and they had 5 domains of maturity, including looking at data consistency across sites and providers, data completeness, the use of a common data model, data accuracy against original sources. All of these, both of these case report forms required manual data extraction and manual data entry. And we compared the ability to do this against the manual data extraction and looked at the feasibility of automation processes for data abstraction. Next slide. Now, the data source was the clinical data warehouse from Epic in our healthcare system. And we looked at using both structured query language and NLP. I would say we have a single EHR. There are 3 million patients in the EHR, but all Epic is not necessarily Epic. We have multiple different curated versions of Epic based upon the particular practice or location within the healthcare system. Next slide. So this is the overall findings of it. This is a total data points of 1,061 in the IDE trial and 251 in the registry. You can see the number of discrete fields that exist there. The number of fields that would require, that were unstructured and require NLP for extraction, and those that didn't exist outside of an electronic health record. Suffice it to say, the registry that was used for our label expansion, about 40% could be obtained from structured data, 40% from unstructured data, and 20% would have to be manually extracted. And the percentages are much lower on each of those for an IDE trial. Next slide. So the insights is that registry data requirements are more feasible to meet from the electronic data warehouse than full clinical trial requirements. Variable standardization is critical. Data definitions are different, both in the EHR as well as in the registry, as well as in the IDE trial, and none of them necessarily reference standard ICD-10 or SNOMED codes. And there are multi-site data consistency challenges. As I said, we've got variations just within a single EHR in terms of workflow, documentation, and custom flow sheets. Next. So the path forward is to develop collaborative standards between clinical trials, registries, EHR vendors that would improve harmonization. Develop confidence scoring mechanisms for NLP extracted data, and focus on the registry aligned data elements first, since they represent more achievable targets. Next slide. So the broader implications are that we do believe it's feasible to reduce the burden through strategic alignment of clinical and research documentation, of incorporating research documentation within the already present clinical workflow. Health system participation is essential for advancing RWD for regulatory purposes, and it requires multidisciplinary expertise. Just this simple project that we did incorporated 20 individuals. I'm a clinician, but we also had our informatics, data scientists, regulatory individuals, as well as Amy and Brad helping us in all this. So thanks for the opportunity to present this and for participating in this meeting.
Mike, thanks for a great overview of the work you're leading at Baylor Scott and White. And now, last but certainly not least, Heather, happy to have you provide some opening comments.
Thank you so much, Brian. Great to be here and to be discussing the draft guidance for industry that FDA has issued on integrating randomized controlled trials, specifically for drugs and biological products, into routine clinical practice. I've led this initiative with Leonard Sachs and many others at the agency. Next slide, please. So medical literature really abounds with point of care trials, trials with pragmatic elements and large simple trials, all of which rely on integration of clinical research and clinical care. However, these approaches have not been significantly adopted for regulatory submissions. There have been relatively few, particularly in the drug space, where the evidence that has been used to support a regulatory submission has relied on entirely, especially on trials that have been embedded within routine clinical practice. So the draft guidance that I'll be discussing today is really aimed at supporting the integration of such trials, which we think have tremendous potential. Next slide, please. We recognize that there's really a wealth of expertise in the clinical care environment that could potentially be applied to clinical research, however, has largely been untapped. And the real-world environment may include healthcare institutions, treatment networks, and health systems, and can be a powerful resource for clinical research. Simplifying trials where appropriate can be an important strategy to improve efficiency while maintaining data quality. Reliance on existing data may reduce burden on sites and participants, making trials more feasible to conduct, and may allow the development of trials that are rapidly responsive to evolving medical needs, as we saw with things like COVID. They may also allow access to patients with rare diseases or those living far from trial sites to access research opportunities and to participate within the spaces where they receive their routine clinical care. Next slide, please. So the goal is to conduct clinical trials where participants get their routine care, which I'll refer to as point of care trials for short. Trial design and activities are streamlined in these settings to align with clinical practice. Real-world data from electronic or other health records may be used. Trial-related activities may be conducted as part of routine care with participation of local healthcare providers in some situations. However, there may be need for dedicated trial staff to participate when performing research-specific activities. Next slide. Advantages of RCTs that are integrated into clinical practice are that, like decentralized clinical trials, which aim to bring trial-related activities to patients' homes or convenient locations, RCTs embedded within routine care may improve convenience and accessibility for participants and allow for enrollment of more representative populations, resulting in more generalizable trial results, which we've heard about the value of today. In addition, leveraging established healthcare institutions and existing clinical expertise in the medical community may reduce startup times and help to speed enrollment. Next slide. So we frequently get asked about the role of healthcare institutions in the conduct of a clinical trial. Our guidance states that sponsors may engage healthcare institutions such as HMOs, hospitals, and clinical networks. This may facilitate rapid enrollment of large numbers of patients by improving accessibility and convenience. Agreements should document the responsibilities of healthcare institutions, their employees, and the tasks they will perform, as well as the responsibilities of the sponsor. And sponsors should continue to ensure that institutions and local healthcare providers are suitably credentialed for participation in the trial. Next slide. Clinical investigator oversight is still required, and investigators are responsible for ensuring that a trial is conducted according to the signed investigator statement, the investigational plan, and of course, for protecting the rights, safety, and welfare of participants in the trial. This includes the requirement that clinical investigators must review pertinent trial-related records that may be provided by local healthcare providers and must ensure the accuracy and completeness of the data. Next slide. The role of local healthcare providers can be quite important, and HCPs working as part of healthcare institutions or individual practices may be engaged to perform trial-related tasks. These tasks should not, however, require trial-specific knowledge, training, or research expertise, and local HCPs may need limited instructions to ensure that the tasks are performed as required. Next slide, please. Examples of these tasks that may be performed by local healthcare providers are things like performing routine medical procedures at a time specified in the protocol, collecting routine clinical data for the trial in a template, or following prompts in the electronic health record to document specified clinical events. Next slide. There are still, however, procedures and activities that must be performed by trial staff, and these are those that contribute directly and significantly to trial data and require study-specific training or detailed knowledge of the protocol. Examples of these activities include determining whether a trial candidate satisfies the enrollment criteria, conducting specialized assessments required by the protocol that are not part of routine care, assessing whether a trial-related adverse event is attributable to the investigational product, applying protocol-specified criteria for dose modification or discontinuation of investigational products, and determining that a trial participant has reached a trial endpoint. Next slide. Trials that are most suitable to be integrated in clinical practice are often those that are studying repurposed or FDA-approved drugs. However, it is possible in some circumstances to study unapproved products, particularly those where there's a well-understood safety profile. Next slide. So what's novel about this guidance is that we address trial settings that are convenient for participants and may support rapid recruitment of broad populations. It focuses on efficiencies using existing healthcare institutions and staff, real-world data, and streamlined trial designs, and supports the engagement of large healthcare institutions, networks, and small community healthcare facilities that historically have not been involved as frequently in FDA-regulated clinical trials. Next slide. It also describes a role for local healthcare providers that may be played in conducting trial-related activities, supports the use of data collected during routine clinical practice, which may avoid duplication of data entry and reduce the need for dedicated trial sites, and supports a spectrum of trials ranging from those that rely completely on data generated during routine clinical practice to those that require supplemental activities conducted by dedicated trial staff. Next slide. And that's it for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather, and thank you to all our panelists for their opening comments. Really a lot to work with in an ever-changing space, and thank you to the audience for providing a lot of questions and fodder for this session, and also to our panelists who have been very active in the Zoom Q&A answering those questions. But in the interest of time, we'll try and consolidate some of these questions into a few different categories, but I want to start with kind of the benefits that are possible for the patient as research is integrated into care. And Jen, know you started to touch about this on your own personal experience, but I think some additional context too, as noted in the chat, is that not every patient at least in the United States, right, has access to the healthcare system or to third-party payers, and so how can a lot of this real world data collection still include those patients too? So Jen, I don't know if you want to start. We're happy to have the other panelists jump in too.
Yeah, and I'm going to give a very non-tech answer, which is we have to want to. We have to have intent, and we have to place value on those data. Our ability to do it has preceded even the digital era, and we've simply, I'm being intentionally sort of punchy, we've simply chosen not to, right? And it's not because it hasn't been discussed at panels. It's not because sort of, I think as scientists, clinicians, as, patients sometimes ourselves, we don't believe it's important, but we haven't invested there. And, Amy did a really sort of elegant job with the sort of longitudinal sort of data timeline. It is possible now to stitch these different data sets together. We have to be willing to make the upfront investment to say, we actually care about the health outcomes of these populations, the underinsured and the non-insured. The data that's captured outside the walls of the clinic, the data that is captured in sort of rural clinics, to Heather's point, that traditionally don't participate in clinical research. We care about these data. Everything after that is a solvable problem. We could solve it right now if we had a shared intent and we placed shared value on the information that we could capture through analyzing and including those data in our clinical decision-making. We have to place, as a society, a premium on empowering every single clinician to be able to make an informed decision about the right treatment pathway for the patient who seats opposite them.
Can I add something, Brian, to what Jen was just saying?
Absolutely.
So another reason that better integrating research into care is better for patients is because it's more relevant for the individual. It's more relevant for me. And, the first part of that is pretty obvious. You start to be able to have much more diverse data sets representative of the overall distribution of humanity, at least within the context of the US. But another very practical aspect is that the integration of research into clinical care makes it much easier to collect patient-reported data, which is otherwise wholly missing. And practically speaking, as an individual, many of the endpoints that we think about, for example, for our formalized clinical trials, for example, for regulatory decision-making, are endpoints that aren't necessarily all that relevant to my life. I don't understand what, for example, 6-minute walk times specifically mean. I do really understand fatigue and quality of life and whether or not I have pain. I also understand whether or not I can return to work and how to think about the decision-making within the context of the day-to-day life of humanity. And so the opportunity to make sure that patient-informed variables that are highly relevant to personhood get collected is another key reason to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if anyone else in the panel wanted to weigh in there. Mike, I think you might be here. I think you're on mute.
You're right. Sorry, Brian. I think that although the patient-reported outcomes are clearly the most relevant, as Steve alluded to earlier, the tricuspid trials that have been approved and covered by CMS, the only demonstrable patient benefit was in patient-reported outcomes. But the patient-reported outcome is a tool called the Kansas City Cardiomyopathy Questionnaire. It's a questionnaire that is not contained in an EHR. Components of it are. And the coverage and label expansion was all through the TVT registry that I mentioned. However, at 1 year, which is required for reimbursement, there's a 50% missingness in that patient-reported outcome tool. So even though that is desirable in the holy grail, it still is a real world, pardon the pun, challenge.
And Brian, if I can just pile on to what Amy and Mike just said, I think this is the real opportunity for passive data collection, right? And I think that when it comes to some of the patient-reported sort of tools, unless we're giving patients a really good reason to do this, and I say this now with like all of the recently acquired baggage of going through a very complex diagnosis, unless it's very clear to me why this is helping me, I'm just trying to hold it together over here, like I'm not doing it. And so I think the ability to do passive data collection, and to Amy's example of the 6-minute walk test, we have this enormous sort of collection of performance-based outcomes. Why? Because we could never measure people's daily lives outside of the clinic. So we had to try and sort of reduce it to like a 9-peg test, or a, you know, a tapping test for tremor and Parkinson's, or a 6-minute walk test. But now we can actually measure what's important to patients. No one cares how far they can go in a 6-minute walk test. They want to be able to, you know, walk to the grocery store and carry back 2 bags twice a week. That's what's important. We can measure that now. No one cares about how well they can tap. If you have Parkinson's, you want to be able to be independent. You want to be able to button your own shirt. You want to feed yourself. We can measure that now directly, and without the sort of blamey language we have historically as an industry around the problem that you just shared, Mike, which is the sort of missingness of data, which is a huge component of data quality.
Yeah, thanks for that addition there, Jen. Ivy, I wanted to bring you in from the site perspective, knowing that you work with both kind of larger academic medical centers and community sites at Flatiron, but would be interested to hear sort of as you've tried to kind of scale up this integration of research into care, how you've been able to kind of incorporate this patient voice working with the staff on site.
I mean, I think that, you know, this all started with Jennifer's comments about how important it is to have research that reflects the breadth of real world experience, and not just patients that have, you know, the highest access to academic centers and tend to be, you know, we know that the patients that enroll in clinical trials where our drugs are studied tend to be more affluent, tend to be whiter, tend to be of a better performance status, and the outcomes in those patients is not necessarily reflective of the experience of patients in the real world that you know may not have those clinical parameters, but are the majority of patients receiving care. So the way that I think we can address this issue is twofold. We can support research done with large, high quality, real world data sets with cohorts of, you know, thousands and maybe tens of thousands and maybe even hundreds of thousands of patients that veer out of that narrow window of eligibility criteria of you know, the patients that tend to enroll in clinical trials. So, you know, working with large quality real world data sets. But then I think what we need to do a better job of is really bringing the research to those patients, not just collecting the retrospective data and doing research on that data, but enabling the very clinical trials that sometimes are just restricted to those populations of patients seen in tertiary academic medical centers that tend to be more affluent, tend to be higher performance status, and challenging all of us that design clinical trials to broaden that eligibility criteria so that patients that are more reflective of real world performance status can really enroll. So I think we can work equally on both sides in order to advance evidence generation in both ways.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ivy. And I know we're just about running out of time, but we did promise some actionable insights here to the audience, and just wanted to end with, maybe sometimes it's, you know, difficult to know exactly where to get started, but often maybe a therapeutic use case or other area might be a good kind of nucleation point for investment to be directed or further work to be done. And maybe we can just kind of go around and sort of what are some promising use cases to achieve kind of scalability with integrating research into care.
So I'm glad to start here. So I'd say the first thing is, if you add any burden to a clinician, research is not going to be successful. So it's got to be seamless and frictionless and part of routine care. Secondly, to follow up on some of the other comments, we're undertaking a project to bring research to the patient. So we have a patient-facing app, 3.2 million users on it. and we have received permission to recruit through the app. So what we're doing is defining a disease within our healthcare system, and then screening for inclusion/exclusion criteria, and then reaching out and letting those patients know of the availability of a research trial in their area. And by using this curated population and reaching out, we're avoiding spamming the patients with things that aren't relative to them. And then the next process is going to be an e-consenting process, one patient visit, and then all follow-up virtual through the app. And we think by bringing the research trial to the patient, and this includes rural patients, inner city patients, rather than waiting for a patient to find the trial or somehow have the attention brought to them, that we can modernize this clinical trial process.
I'll give you two quick use cases, Brian. Cell and gene therapies, I think, create an important demand signal. Cell and gene therapy is where we have really, really important effect sizes, and many of these products are being approved on smaller corpus of information. So, for example, accelerated approvals on phase 2 trials, but now we need 15 years plus of longitudinal follow-up for safety and effectiveness, creates the need to make sure that that work can be done without burdening patients and the overall system, while we also understand how these products perform across time. So I think it's a really elegant use case that's sitting in front of us right now. The other one is obesity management, which is relevant to a huge part of our population and is being integrated into virtual care, site-based care, et cetera, and creates the opportunity to now combine multiple different sites of care into an evidence generation framework that integrates research and care, but also where we can think about novel data sources, such as when we're getting information from digital scales, or if you're getting information from a continuous glucose monitor, et cetera, now being integrated to the research data set.
And Brian, if we have time, I'll pile on with another example, a little bit more bottom up. We actually developed with a really tremendous pre-competitive group, nighttime scratching, sensor sort of generated measures of nighttime scratching for use as an endpoint in clinical trials of atopic dermatitis, so eczema. And what was really tremendous about this is how meaningful it's proven to be to patients, not just the scratching itself and the sort of lack of sleep, but pain, scarring. I mean, reading the sort of patient from sort of adolescent through to sort of adult feedback on not wanting to share a bed with someone because you're ashamed of waking up with bloody sheets, and sort of how that impacts different lives, as well as, you know, the sort of downstream sort of clinical issues with infection, scarring, so on and so forth. Being able to put together a technical definition of what we mean by nighttime scratching, a measurement ontology that would allow us to measure it using everything from a wearable to sort of a bed mat, or even sort of an ambient motion detector, and really be flexible as technology evolves. But most importantly, having had conversations not just with regulatory colleagues, but also sort of downstream payers and clinicians. And we're starting to see this not just adopted in clinical trials, but into routine care. The current gold standard measure in eczema trials is the EASY score, which is not used at all in routine care. And we're also starting to see this measure accelerate the opportunity for patients who are so often blocked for 6 months, 12 months as part of like a step therapy sort of regimen, much more quickly move through to the more expensive biologics where they're failing out on more traditional treatments. So there's real-time benefits to the patient of using this measure in routine care, and then we can use it in clinical trials as well. And I think this is really where we start to see the magic happening.
Brian, I don't know how much time we have left. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the role of AI in collecting real-world data in the routine care setting. I think, you know, even Dr. Califf mentioned in his earlier session, he's a fan of ambient AI. Obviously, there's huge opportunity to use ambient AI to structure typically unstructured data at the point of care. This is, you know, I think really beneficial and easy on the clinician because it aligns with their current workflow. They don't have to, you know, fill out anything structured on their own and reduce the number of clicks that they have to do while they're documenting. But it really does leave data gaps. It's okay for certain things like a staging module, but obviously you can't structure everything in every clinical variable. So I think, also the use of AI methods such as ML extraction or LLMs to curate clinical variables from unstructured records, that's a huge investment in order to do that responsibly. Takes a huge amount of work with multidisciplinary expertise, but this is the way that now Flatiron is thinking of scaling up unstructured data curation. And we've moved to these types of methods for a large number of our data sets, enabling us to grow our cohorts by hundreds of thousands. And then lastly, using AI to actually work with data. Amy talked about data mosaicism. And I think that shows the opportunity of data collection, but also how hard it is to actually be able to derive insights from expanding, but ever, growing data sets with more and more complexity. We want to access these variables, and that information is so important, but working with the data is going to be so difficult. And so using AI and actually, coding analyses, I think hopefully will up-level the insights that we're able to derive from all of this hard work that we're doing to promote collection of routine real-world data.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivy, for adding in AI. I didn't get to all the questions on my list, and I think all the lightning round did was manifest a thunderstorm on my end. And with that, I will hand it back off to Rachel as we've stretched our time a little bit. And thanks everyone again for tuning in to this session. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you, Brian. Indeed, the thunder has begun all over the DMV area. So I think we can see that as a good sign from our thunder gods here who care about health policy. So without further ado, once again, I'm happy to kick off session 3 entitled Progress on RWE to Support Reasonable and Necessary Payer Coverage. For this session, again, we'll discuss current emerging strategies to ensure real-world data and evidence are capable of generating high quality and compelling evidence that meet coverage needs for patients and also health systems, payers, and regulators. Additionally, we'll review ongoing initiatives to develop standardized real-world evidence frameworks intended to guide payer decision-making and pricing of medical products and health-related services. So I'm going to introduce our panelists. We'll ask that each of you turn on your cameras. Thank you so much. So we have with us today for this next session, our first panelist, Ashley Jaxa, who is the Vice President of Science and Market Access and is a scientific strategy lead at Edion, a data bank company. Next, we have Shirley Wang, who is an Associate Professor of Medicine at Harvard Medical School and is an Associate Epidemiologist at Brigham and Women's Hospital. Next, we'll hear from Kate Lockhart, who is the Chief Scientific Officer at the Academy of Managed Care Pharmacy. Last but not least, we have Kate Davison, who is joining us as the Director of Learning and Diffusion, the Learning and Diffusion Group, actually, at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services Innovation Center, or CMMI. So I'm going to turn it over to Ashley, who will provide us with opening remarks. Ashley, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel, and thanks for Duke-Margolis for organizing this fun event. When I think about real-world evidence in payer decision-making, I think it's important to consider a few things. One, the type of real-world evidence we're talking about, the timing of how that evidence is being generated and will impact a decision, and if real-world evidence is the right type of evidence to make an impact on the decision. So if we take a look at kind of the types of real-world evidence, I'm thinking about descriptive RWE studies. These types of studies have been used by payers for a long time. They provide kind of contextual considerations for a new market entry. So I'm thinking about things like patient characteristics, understanding treatment patterns, natural history of disease, and so forth. And payers are really familiar and comfortable with this type of evidence. On the flip side, we have causal inference studies that assess treatment effects. And these are, we've made a newer shift to focusing on these types of RWE studies lately. Payers are less familiar with these and more skeptical, rightfully so. And so I think it's important to distinguish what types of real world evidence we are talking about when we're talking about using it in decision making. Also, the timing is really important. How can these studies inform payer decisions? Is it at launch? Right? At launch, we're going to be more reliant on descriptive studies because there's less real world data for the drug of interest. If we're talking post-launch, we have a lot more options in terms of what types of studies that we can accomplish. So maybe more comparative effectiveness studies are going to be more relevant. When we're talking post-launch, not all payers have mechanisms for evaluating drugs post-launch. And so we have to think about, again, is there this need for real world evidence, and how can it increase decision making? If we think about kind of some policy changes that have taken place that increase the need for RWE, we can talk about things like coverage with evidence development. Steve Farmer touched on this from a CMS perspective earlier in the day. And of course, this is post-launch evidence, right? We need evidence post-launch to address certain uncertainties that exist at launch. And usually those uncertainties are around comparative effectiveness and how the new drug is going to perform compared to products that are already on the market. We also have in the US here the IRA, right? We're having price negotiations take place 7 to 11 years after FDA approval. Again, we're talking post-launch. And comparative effectiveness studies, in my opinion, clearly have a role to play, especially since the randomized controlled trials are old and potentially outdated as new drugs come to market during this particular time frame. So the question is, does RWE evidence exist for CMS to even consider it? And does CMS really use this evidence? We have, you can look at the literature, and there's been kind of papers that have looked at the literature to say, yes, RWE studies, comparative effectiveness, real world evidence studies exist for the products that have gone under IRA price negotiations. And we do see that CMS is referencing RWE studies in their decision documentation, but how much they impact decisions is kind of a little bit more murky. So if we have these recent policy changes that are creating an impetus for RWE, now I think we can talk about how can we ensure it's a high quality. We have a lot of guidances and framework documents to the point where you could argue that there might be some level of oversaturation. So for example, ADIRA, which is an EU-based initiative, created a report that looked at all the documentation that is out there. There's 55 guidance documents globally that focused on real-world evidence and real-world data. There has been a lot of talk and a lot of activity around improving data quality. There's a lot of also activity around educating payers and HTA agencies in the outside of the US on how to think about real-world evidence and how to evaluate quality. And there's also a lot of attention being paid to transparency, to making sure that we understand the evidence that is being generated so that we can judge its quality. And I'm sure some of my other panelists will speak about a number of these topics today. So I think we have the tools and the frameworks. I think these tools and the frameworks exist to create and drive the creation of high quality RWE. But I think before we start to think about and judge the quality of real world evidence, we have to really understand what type of evidence we're talking about, how that evidence is going to impact decisions, especially around the timing of the decision. And most importantly, is RWE the evidence that we need to address those evidence gaps? So super interested to dive into a lot of these different topics throughout the panel and to hear from the other panelists. So I'll turn it back to you, Rachel.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ashley. And I love that you tied some of the discussion to what was said earlier during our fireside chat with Steve Farmer, where he talked about how new and innovative products with sometimes pre-specified protocols to monitor their implementation and outcomes post-launch post-market, we need enough time and enough sample size in order to truly assess the value of those products in a way that would allow us to, discern whether or not there's enough evidence to support reasonable and necessary coverage for certain populations of patients. And then I love the fact that you touched on transparency. And in fact, we have one of our greatest pioneers with us today, who is here to speak and who has done a lot of work on transparency and RWE. So I'll turn it next to Shirley, who will provide opening remarks next.
Thanks. I'm thrilled to be here today with so many colleagues that are committed to advancing the appropriate use of rigorous real-world evidence. So I wanted to focus on a simple idea, and the idea is that when it comes to building credibility for causal inference-focused real-world evidence studies and trying to increase the ability of this type of research to support coverage decisions, it isn't enough to just say, trust me, I'm an expert. To build that trust and credibility, we need to show our work. We need to make the rigor visible. And over the past few years, there's been a lot of growth in understanding when and how real-world evidence can complement evidence that is obtained from trials. And one of the demonstration projects that helped to shape that growing understanding was the RCT duplicate project, which is a collaboration between our team at Brigham, Harvard, and FDA, as well as others. So the results generally supported the idea that when the questions are aligned, when the data are fit for use and the design is appropriate, then non-randomized real-world evidence studies can come to the same conclusions as RCTs, but the real benefit of the RWE studies will come from generating evidence that is complementary to trials and from tackling relevant clinical questions where, for a variety of reasons, a trial can't be conducted. So as a payer or HTA agency, it becomes really important to think carefully about what the clinical question is that you want to answer. And separately from the results, one of the things that stood out from Duplicate is that we pre-registered the protocols for each of our now nearly 50 RWE studies that were designed to emulate randomized controlled trials. And what made this particular effort resonate was that we made the process really visible. Our protocols were developed iteratively in collaboration with the FDA. The protocols were pre-registered before conducting inferential analyses, and the amendments were documented with details of what changed, why it changed, and when it changed. So this was a public demonstration of how transparently conducted, reproducible, hypothesis-evaluating real-world evidence could be used to support decision-making. But this level of transparency isn't and shouldn't be reserved for demonstration projects. It really needs to become our field's default. And the Harper template is something that can help with that. So Harper, the harmonized protocol template to enhance reproducibility, was developed by a joint task force between ISPI and ISPOR. And this template was informed by recent efforts about the level of detail that needs to be communicated to support reproducibility in a real-world evidence study. So the template was designed to try and facilitate unambiguous communication about intended study design and implementation, and it uses a structured text, tabular, and visual format. The common structure of this protocol also helps to make the review and critique process more efficient and effective, because the investigative teams know what information needs to be provided and how to provide it, while also guiding reviewers on what to look for and where to find it. So the common structure, in addition, it also prompts sharing of information in a way that's usable, while preventing false or performative transparency, where you just share pages of cryptic outputs, poorly documented scripts that are just spaghetti, or irrelevant information just dumped into a massive protocol, making it really difficult to find the information that is needed out of the piles of noise. So the Harper template has been recommended in guidance by various stakeholder organizations across the globe, from ICH to NICE to CMS. And speaking of CMS, I believe this was mentioned earlier today, they recently released Harper Plus as part of the draft guidance on protocols for studies using real-world data. And Harper Plus builds on the foundational Harper template, providing a few additional items tailored specifically for coverage with evidence development. And what CMS is doing with Harper Plus sends a clear message that if you want real-world evidence to be used in high-impact policy and coverage decisions, you need to show your work. You need to make the rigor visible in a way that lets others know what was planned, what was done, what changed, and why. So collectively around the world, there's been a lot of growth over the last decade when it comes to real-world evidence to support coverage and other decisions. But we really need to continue to work together to try and build that culture and that expectation of rigorous transparency as a default standard for real-world evidence studies if they're being used to inform decision-making. So thanks, and I look forward to the conversation.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Shirley. And I'm very glad that you mentioned Harper. We have, as a community, determined that Harper is, in fact, an extremely useful tool to assess real-world data and evidence, relevance, reliability, and quality. In particular, referencing my earlier slide on our recent white paper, where Harper was mentioned as one useful tool to be able to do that at the EHR source data accrual phase, and much more. So thank you again so much for speaking to that and many other important aspects around transparency and why that needs to be our default to guide reviewers on what to look for and where to find it with regard to real-world evidence. So next, we will hear from Kate Lockhart. Please take it away.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the opportunity to join this panel. So I'm from the Academy of Managed Care Pharmacy, which is one of the professional organizations that represents the U.S. payer population, managed care pharmacists in U.S. payers. And so I'd like to share some of the work that we've been doing at the AMCP Research Institute to support RWE. And this started last year in 2024. We launched our AMCP RWE initiative in collaboration with some colleagues from IQVIA to help bridge this communication gap between the RWE producers that we're loosely defining in this case as our biopharmaceutical companies and the payers who want to use the RWE. And this started because we were hearing from our payers that we want RWE, we want to use RWE, but they aren't quite sure where to get it. And if they have it, they're not quite sure what to do with it, how to assess the quality. This goes back to some of what Shirley was just mentioning about being able to understand the fitness for purpose and the rigor, and to be able to trust the data that you're seeing, and how do they incorporate that into their coverage and reimbursement policies or their decision-making processes. And then we were hearing from our pharma partners that, well, we're generating a lot of RWE, but the payers aren't asking for it and they're not using it. And so as AMCP, we took our role as a convener between these two stakeholder groups to help bridge that communication gap. So one of the major gaps that stakeholders in our multi-stakeholder convening noted was a lack of standards. And that sounds a little bit silly given that Ashley just said there's 50 standards or guidance documents out there, but none of them are relevant for a US payer audience. There are some HTA guidance documents, but there's none that really align with US payer needs. So over the past year, we've created this set of standards to help our pharmaceutical companies plan their evidence strategies so that they're actually generating RWE that aligns with the information that the payers need to make their decision process. And then also helping the payers understand what to expect and be able to critically assess the RWE studies as part of their totality of evidence. And another thing we learned is that payers especially need more training in how to assess RWE. I said before that they don't quite know what to do with it. They're very experienced in evaluating RCT data. They don't have a lot of experience with other types of data, observational research, for example. And so coming from our RWE standards work, we are in the process of developing an RWE training program at AMCP to help both payers, especially payers, give them a foundation of information that they need to apply our standards, but also give them the tools and the confidence to use RWE in their decision-making process. And throughout all of this, there's been really rich dialogue across these stakeholder groups that's helping the manufacturers in the room rethink or reshape their approach to RWE generation to ensure that they are generating information that's useful, downstream to the payers, and then helping payers also rethink their approach to evidence assessment to include RWE and understanding and learning how that can happen, and the importance of that RWE brings as a complement to clinical trial data. So there's this great opportunity and enthusiasm that keeps growing in these groups, and a willingness to push RWE into broader use. And we encourage RWE producers, pharma and otherwise, and RWE users to engage with us or on your own in driving RWE utilization in healthcare decision-making, because we really feel that it's important. This RWE initiative still is a major priority at AMCP, and we look forward to continuing to overcome some of these barriers and to keep driving adoption of RWE, particularly among our payer collaborators. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the very salient points, especially the point where you mentioned Ashley's comment that, we have a surplus, potential oversaturation of guidance and frameworks on RWE, but sadly, close to none, if not none at all, align with U.S. payer needs, considering the unique aspects of our payer system. And payers also need more training on how to assess RWE. I'll even take it further that, research that we've done shows that payers, in fact, do consider RWE in their coverage policies. We see it in some of their references, but maybe they don't know that they're doing that. So maybe we've been doing it all along, but we just don't know exactly how to name it or describe it. And then we also see, in many cases that we'll discuss later today, regulators have assessed RWE in their decision-making, which then spills into the payer landscape when products enter the market. And so as a payer reviews that evidence as well to make a coverage determination, they are in fact reviewing real-world data and evidence. So there's a lot to say as far as what we know and what we don't know in the payer landscape around RWE. So thank you for speaking to that. Next, I'm going to turn it to Kate Davidson, who joins us from the CMMI. Please go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so good. Thank you so much, Rachel, for having me here today, and thanks to my fellow panelists as well. So I want to give just a little bit of a story about CMMI and how we got to where we are right now, and how we're thinking about RWE. For those that maybe aren't as familiar with the Innovation Center, we are a part of the broader CMS. We were born out of the ACA, and we are in statute. And our real focus is on how do we reduce costs for all Americans, and how do we improve quality. And so for us, we test payment and care delivery models that with the aim of either finding models that reduce costs and are quality neutral, or are improve quality and are cost neutral, and or kind of the gold standard for scaling models is both that they achieve cost savings and they improve quality for our patients. So with that as the backdrop for the work that we do at the Innovation Center, you can think about how we have been testing our work over time. 100% of our models that we test all have an independent evaluation that are attached to those models. And so we've tested over 50 plus models over this past decade plus. And each of those models has an evaluation attached to it that is really responsible for looking at the statutory responsibilities around reducing costs and improving quality. So at this point, decade plus in, we have some really good lessons learned and major takeaways around the sort of rough etchings or the payment models that we think are the future of healthcare that are tied to advanced payment models. We have an idea of, while we're not there in the quality space yet, kind of where we're going. I think one of the earlier panels talked about patient-reported outcome measures, and obviously we're talking about real-world evidence here, thinking about how we could bring that into our payment models. But what we don't have, we haven't had access to, and is really what happens under the hood. So a lot of our models are under the structure of total cost of care. So we provide a lot of flexibility, both on the regulator side, but also on the payment side, for those folks that are actually delivering healthcare, so those health systems, to be really innovative within care delivery, and to test things within their health systems to identify ways that they can create efficiencies, and to really bring the highest evidence and rigor to their patient population. And one of the other problems I think a number of the panelists have spoken about over the day is that those evaluations take a long time for us to be able to, through the claims run out, in order for us to say, yes, we are making progress at reducing costs, we're making progress at improving quality. And for that reason, we haven't been as efficient or nimble as we would like to be in making changes or tweaks to our payment models that we're testing over time. So that's the backdrop for the problem. And in the last few years, our team has really been thinking about how do we get more granular, more tactical, understand the strategies beyond what claims bring us. Really thinking about how we can bring real-world evidence into the work that we're doing. And so we built this infrastructure that we call positive deviance methodology, where we're identifying the highest performing organizations within any one payment methodology, and then we do qualitative analysis on what it is that really makes them high performers. But in addition to that, we are building out what we call the RCIP, or the Rapid Cycle Innovation Program, which really are these pragmatic, rapid cycle randomized control trials that last about 3 to 6 months. And because of the scale, because of the number of organizations that CMMI touches within our models, we're able to identify what works within those models in real time. And so all of that leads to the announcement that I think Mark McClellan was talking about earlier today, and that the White House was announcing yesterday, this pledge around supporting a technology-enabled healthcare ecosystem. And so you saw 60 organizations that had agreed to working on issues related to diabetes and obesity management, use of conversational AI assistants, and this idea around bringing QR codes or other technology to kill the clipboard or make it easier for patients as they're checking in and engaging with their providers. But we need to know it works. And so now we have the problem, we have the infrastructure around these rapid cycle innovation program, or the pragmatic RCTs that we are able to execute on. And now we're able to, in real time, think about how we could assess how providers are able to leverage, with the technology behind it, wearable information, really collect information on patient-reported outcome measures, and leverage that in our overall payment model design, and be able to understand in a much more nuanced way what's happening in care delivery, so that we can grow and scale those delivery models over time as well, nationally. So I will pause there and hand it back over to you, Rachel.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now I'm really thrilled to just dive right into our discussion for this session. We've got until around 2:30 or so before we take our break, although if we need to go over to complete our thoughts, I think we can. But to kick us off, I want to ask a general question for all of our panelists, perhaps to answer. We talked a bit about some of the unique challenges that payers face when they assess RWE and real world data and evidence, I should say, fit for purpose-ness. And so I want to ask each of you your thoughts on, given that's, Shirley, you've touched on transparency. Kate, you've touched on, the fact that we have a lot of different frameworks and guidances, but none of them really work for the US payer landscape. What are some unique challenges? I'll probably center it on the US payer landscape. What separates perhaps the US payer landscape and its challenges from that of others? And thinking about, the need for more guidance specific to this particular challenge. What are your thoughts? Kate, I'll probably ask you first, since you highlighted the challenge in the first place.
I'll be happy to start with that one. I think we are hearing some of the barriers are just not really understanding what to do with RWE if they get it from our payers, and so and this goes to kind of your point as well, there certainly may be some who are in fact including real world data, real world evidence as part of their decisions, but they don't realize it.
Mhm.
But also some of what we're learning is when at least our payer audiences, but beyond that, when they think of what is RWE, they think, oh, well, it's just post-marketing comparative safety and effectiveness. And so part of our strategy throughout this whole process is to make it clear that there's a lot of different types of RWE, and they can be relevant and available throughout the drug product life cycle, pre-approval, at launch, and then, of course, the post-marketing area that we think of naturally, or label expansion. And so I think there's still some barriers to people really using that and understanding how to incorporate that into their decisions. But also another piece that Ashley was alluding to is that payers aren't always triggered to re-review their decisions 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road. Sometimes they are when there is compelling new evidence, but sometimes they're not. And if they don't know that there's compelling new evidence, they're not necessarily going to re-review their products. And so I think there's some process and workflow opportunities to influence some change as well.
I think, Rachel, I can jump in next. I mean, I think what is really interesting about the US system is that it's relatively fragmented. So each payer kind of has its own patient population, its own formulary. And so if a manufacturer is generating real world evidence to submit to a payer to say, hey, my drug works, is that patient population, are those treatment pathways going to be similar for what was generated in the real world evidence to what the payer's situation is, the payer's patient population, the payer's kind of formulary. And so this idea of the generalizability of the RWE for all US payers, I think is a challenge that a manufacturer faces or in generating real world evidence. I think there are emerging methods. So this idea of the transportability of real world evidence results, transporting it from one patient population to an external patient population, that is definitely something that's getting a lot of traction because everyone recognizes this idea of differences in patient populations and so forth. So I think while there are emerging methods, those methods are a little bit more advanced in emerging, so a little bit nascent. But that's something that I think that hopefully payers will become more familiar with as Kate rolls out her training process.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Shirley or Kate, any ideas or thoughts to share on this question?
Sure, I guess sort of to echo what others have already said, that there are a lot of sort of theoretical frameworks and guidances already, and there are a lot of common threads throughout these guidances. But I recognize that many subsections would maybe not be familiar with all of them. I think the biggest challenge to me is probably putting this into practice. And I think demonstration projects have been very helpful for various groups to test things out and see what works and what doesn't work within their context. So I guess that would be the next challenge that I see, is putting it into practice and trying to coordinate and harmonize on what exactly those practical operational expectations are going to be, what's it going to look like, and then not expect perfection at the beginning, but just get started and improve from there. So.
Thanks, Shirley. Oh, Kate, I think you're on mute. Apologies.
Double muted over here, gets me every time. I was laughing as Shirley was giving her original example of your partnership with the FDA, because as we were designing our rapid cycle innovation program, one of the things that it was going through my head over and over and over again is the government is good at a lot of things, but one of the things we're really not so great at is being nimble and flexible and able to turn on a dime with, which we know we must be able to do within the context of pragmatic rapid cycle RCTs. And so really, we built out a program which is responsive to a partnership model as well. So it's really working with our model participants to identify what their highest priority needs are, and then mapping out a data collection process that fits both their internal abilities and capabilities as well as ours. And that has been really critical to the success and interest from the model participants themselves. And when I'm talking about model participants, I'm talking about large health systems. What we anticipated to have interest was originally from our early tests was like maybe 3 to 4 ACOs nationally, and we're seeing a much higher level of interest, which means that we're able to get to scale much more quickly as well. And so it's exciting. I also think that really speaks to the thirst and interest of folks to learn about what works on the ground, and to be able to scale those things and be a part of a solution nationally.
Now, that was my turn to speak on mute. I feel like a virtual event is not a virtual event until someone talks on mute. So awesome. Thank you so much. I do want to probably connect some thoughts that were shared during our last panel on integrating research into care. And, you know, there is a lot of possibility for payers to even think more about what that means, especially within the context of comparative effectiveness research. And the need for real world data, you know, collected at the point of care in order to draw meaningful inferences around, again, the comparative effectiveness of treatments that are newly entered into the market, and measuring their how well they perform against standard of care treatments. So drawing on a question that is related from some of our audience members, what are your thoughts on, you know, the payer experience and their involvement in answering some of these questions? For anyone who is willing to answer.
I can start again. One thing that is that I think the payers can leverage their influence a little bit more. Payers are certainly can be influential in incentivizing behavior, but also thinking about where a large portion of our real world data comes from is through claims data, which is the payer databases. And so they are also sitting on a lot of data, and many of them don't really leverage that or use it to develop policies that really can improve patient care. And I think ultimately the payers want patients to get the right medications at the right time. And ultimately everybody wins if patient care and patient care quality and patient outcomes are improved. But I think there still is some hurdles in place to get to that point where payers can really have a lot more of an impact there, and have their own incentive to want to do that. So I think there's opportunity for a lot more discussion around that.
You, Kate. Any other thoughts from our panelists on this question before we move forward?
I would agree with Kate that the payers themselves are sitting on sometimes a trove of data that they could use to really facilitate better care, and address a lot of these uncertainties in care pathways and uncertainties in effectiveness of therapies. So I think while we very much focus on manufacturers as a source of generating real world evidence, I think the payers also have a role to play in generating real world evidence, either themselves or in partnership with pharma, to address a lot of these questions that they have and that is relevant to their decision making and their bottom line. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. And, leaning more into the transparency focus in all of this. Surely this this is likely a great question for you. What role should RWE frameworks have in creating more transparent and efficient processes to support payer coverage decisions? What are some challenges that you see as far as the development and implementation of, frameworks that are, meant to convey or support transparency in payer decisions regarding RWE?
I think one of the big challenges is harmonization, because if it's not harmonized, you're asking for a different thing from every payer or every regulator. So harmonization, coordination on that would be really important. And also asking for what you want. Sometimes I feel like there's just not the communication. Like, we don't know what you want, we don't know what to give you. And if you're very clear on this is what I want to see, then maybe that the variability and the quality of the submissions that you receive would be reduced, and you get what you need to see to be able to make that assessment and make the decision. And that would increase the efficiency. And I think structured tools, like I mentioned before, like Harper, can help streamline that process for a more efficient and more effective review.
Thank you so much. And yeah, agree. We at Duke-Margolis, we talk about harmonization a lot. I talked about it also, even in the context of regulator decision making around or considering and using RWE. So it sounds like this is a similar goal, or this should be a similar goal for payers as well. And frameworks and tools like Harper can certainly help. And we talked a little bit during the session about one variation of Harper, and in fact, maybe its newest variation, which is Harper Plus, and its recent dissemination on a CMS webpage, and that is found in the chat. So, Kate, I want to ask you as well, what are some CMMI specific considerations for RWE, perhaps even considering frameworks like Harper Plus to boost transparency and consistency and potentially harmonization in payer decision-making around RWE?
Yeah, I think the piece around harmonization is really key. I think both Kate and Shirley talked about that in their remarks. And one of the things that we've been working closely with other payers on, we leverage what's called the Healthcare Payment Learning and Action Network, or the LAN, which is actually a CMMI-funded initiative where we bring in a big tent, and we work with all the major national plans as well as many of the regional plans to think about what are the opportunities to reduce provider burden, data considerations, interoperability, infrastructure, as well as data sources are a big part of those conversations. And I think that gets to this piece of the dual role of CMS playing both a regulator as well as a payer. And about how payers are really thirsty for finding a path forward to make decisions about emerging evidence and how to think about coverage and benefits. And so that really provides us with this opportunity to have some of those trickier conversations. And we know that if we're going to move quickly, it's very easy to do that alone. But if we're actually going to make an impact, we really need to do that together with our partners. And so I would just add that that's really been our main vehicle for supporting developing an additional way of thinking about how we categorize the evidence that we're using for decision making. And I think the two most emerging opportunities that we've been thinking about that under beyond kind of the drug pricing and the drug coverage pieces are around prevention. And how we think about scaling that across payment models, and as we're thinking about technology and thinking about how we might be able to scale that across our portfolio as well.
Absolutely. I love that you mentioned, technology and scaling it. I have one more question for all of our panelists before we wrap up, and it's centered on timing. So, when patients are at the point of care and they're looking to access a certain product or service that must be approved, by payers within their network. Timing is everything as far as patients being able to access that therapy or that service, in a way that increases their likelihood of a good clinical outcome or favorable clinical outcome. So how can we better align real-world data and evidence generation with payer decision making to ensure that emerging evidence is timely and actionable to not just support payer decisions, but also support the patient at their point of care when they need payers the most. We'll do a round robin. I can actually call on everyone in the order in which I see you on my screen. So Ashley, I'll start with you first.
Yeah, sure. So I think it's really focused on the kind of care group coming together and understanding what those evidence gaps are. So it's the clinicians, it's the payers, it's the patients, it's the pharmaceutical companies coming together to figure out where are these research questions, where are the evidence gaps, and how can we quickly, what's the low-hanging fruit? What evidence gaps can we quickly knock out within real-world evidence or other types of evidence? And then where do we need to create a roadmap to further evidence?
Thank you, Ashley. That's super important and critical. And then thinking about technology and its role in this process, since real-world data and evidence operate themselves on technology platforms. Kate, you're next on my screen. Go right ahead.
There's two of us.
Kate with a C.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I think in terms of timeliness, this goes back to the workflow topic that I brought up earlier, that payers don't necessarily know when there's new evidence that may trigger a new review. They're busy. They're not just managing one drug or one drug class. They're managing all of them. And so I think one way that we could maybe streamline that process is to create some way that alerts payers that, hey, there's some new evidence in this product or in this disease state that might be useful for you. And then with that harmonization or standards, so that payers know what they're going to expect when they look at that real world evidence, so they can assimilate it more quickly, I think that may help.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Kate with a C, to be clear. Shirley, any final thoughts on this from you?
I would have to just agree with Ashley and Kate. I think a mechanism for early engagement and for continued dialogue about what the questions are going to be to inform that design of the portfolio and what those anticipated questions are going to be. And then also to use a transparent process to support development of actionable evidence to support the portfolio.
Absolutely. Even embedding transparency into any technological process, I think we're at a point where we can envision what that looks like and create it even today. So thank you for, again, being a pioneer in that space. Lastly, Kate with a K, we'll get final thoughts from you and close out the session.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I would say this. I think that from our perspective, one of the real opportunities here is to leverage technology in order to bring patient health outcome data into the care delivery system. So really providing patients with this opportunity to have direct conversations, have shared decision-making with the providers, and then mirroring incentives to really engage patients, empowering patients into leveraging their own data to inform their healthy behaviors, but at the same time, leveraging our policy levers in order to mirror those incentives or align those incentives on the provider side. And so wellness plans or care or treatment plans really include patient outcome measures. They include patient health collected data as well, so that there's a real shared approach to what are the outcomes we're looking for, and how does that align with your treatment plan.
Excellent. Thank you all so much for being here with us today. Special thanks to you all for that. And thank you to our audience members for remaining with us today or for joining us during our event. That's all the time we have for this session. We now have a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 2:45 for session 4, which will be moderated by our Assistant Research Director here at Duke-Margolis, Valerie Parker. So
hello, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Valerie Parker. I'm an assistant research director here at Duke-Margolis, where I work across our FDA portfolio and our RWE Collaborative. I'm excited to be moderating our fourth session of the day entitled Shaping the International RWE Regulatory Policy Landscape. In this session, we'll be bringing together global stakeholders to discuss the evolving role of RWE in regulatory policy, review key areas of proposed alignment across regions, and share opportunities to address signs of misalignment. Panelists will discuss how they are considering the integration of RWE into decision-making processes and how to strengthen international collaboration in regulatory approaches. Now, I'd like to ask for our panelists to please turn on their video cameras if they haven't already, as I begin introductions. For my first introduction, I'd like to note that while they cannot be here live with us, we're thrilled that they're able to participate in this session with pre-recorded remarks. Chiho Suzuki, our first panelist, is Deputy Director of the Office of Non-Clinical and Clinical Compliance at the Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices Agency in Japan. Chiho could not join us live due to the time difference, but she provided a pre-recorded video which will air in a moment. Next, we have Daniel Rosenberg, who is an Executive Director in Global Epidemiology at Johnson & Johnson Innovative Medicine. Gracie Crane is our third panelist, and she is the Global Regulatory Policy Lead for RWD and Pragmatic Trials at F. Hoffman LaRoche AG. Finally, we have Julia Luan, who is Executive Regulatory Science Director at AstraZeneca. We'll now begin with a brief presentation from Chiho.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm Chiho Suzuki from PMDA. Today, I talk about regulation and consultation system for real-world data utilization in Japan. In Japan, real-world data can be utilized for regulatory application. In order to promote the utilization of real-world data in Japan, ministerial ordinances, notifications, and administrative notices have been issued by Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, and efforts are being made to promote understanding by stakeholders on Japanese regulation around utilization of real-world data. Of this, I would like to explain about these three notifications circled in red and green related to utilization of registry data in regulatory applications. Basic principle on utilization of registry for applications provides how registry data may be utilized and what should be considered by the applicant at various stages of the product life cycle, as shown in this slide. In particular, point to consider for utilizing the registry data as an external control of clinical studies and as a complement or substitute to the clinical studies in applications as specified in this notification. Another notification issued is a point to consider for ensuring the reliability in utilization of registry data for applications. This notification is also called as a registry reliability notification, and it provides two important points to consider for applicants. One is point to consider when the applicant is checking the status of data quality management implemented by registry holders. Another point is method to be complied with by the applicant when the applicant utilizes registry data. This notification, issued in 2024, set out the point to consider when registry data are utilized in procedures for partial change, approval application, or revision of the electronic package insert for prescription drugs. In Japan, the first choice for the applicant is to attach results of clinical trials in document and data submitted for marketing approval. However, in cases where it is difficult to conduct clinical trials, for reasons such as in case of rare disease and in pediatric population, it may be useful to consider use of real-world data. In both cases, prior consultation with PMDA is strongly recommended from the early stage of planning. Since PMDA has established various consultation frameworks for utilization of real-world data, as shown here, we would like the applicant sponsors and registry database holders to have continuous communication with PMDA from an early stage when considering drug development strategy based on real-world data, real-world evidence. Finally, I would like to introduce a case study of utilizing real-world data for application. Pertuzumab was approved in March 2022 for combination therapy with trastuzumab for unresectable advanced or recurrent HER2-positive colorectal cancer that has progressed after cancer chemotherapy. The historical control data from registry of Japanese patients with advanced solid tumors having specific genetic abnormality were utilized as external control to compare the data of the pertuzumab and trastuzumab combination therapy from a Japanese single-arm clinical trial. Baseline patient characteristics of the historical control were aligned with those of the study arm. For other cases, please refer to a publication by PMDA staff from the link in the slide. This is a summary. In Japan, real-world data can be utilized for registration applications. In order to promote the utilization of real-world data in Japan, ministerial ordinances, notifications, and administrative notices have been issued by Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, and efforts are being made to promote understanding by stakeholders. In Japan, clinical trials are the first choice for data to be attached to applications for marketing approval. However, it is useful to consider the use of real-world data, especially for rare disease and the pediatric population, where there is difficulty in conducting clinical trials. PMDA has established various consultation frameworks for utilization of real-world data. So please consult with PMDA as early as possible when drug development strategy based on real-world data, real-world evidence are considered. Thank you for your attention.
We're grateful to hear those remarks from Chi-Ho, giving us that overview of the utilization of RWE and D in Japan. Next, we'll now hear from Daniel. Daniel?
Thanks, Valerie, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate to today's session. I've very much enjoyed all the sessions before the break. It's really been inspirational, and several themes have been mentioned, so I'll try to bring them up in my introductory remarks. I'm based here in Switzerland, so I'm calling from the, let's say, the international region, as it were, outside the US. I work for Johnson & Johnson in the global epidemiology department, where we have a mission to inform decision-making based on benefits and risks through robust real-world evidence using rigorous methods. Much of our focus is on the understanding of real-world safety of medicines and devices. In my own work over the years, I've had a fair amount of interaction with different regulatory agencies through the submission of real-world evidence, either during a submission application and certainly in the post-approval setting with post-marketing commitments and past studies. Having worked in the UK and Switzerland, in Asia for several years, I've witnessed the variability and the variation across different agencies and how they capture and assess and incorporate real world evidence into their decision making. And my own experience, really to highlight what Dr. Califf mentioned at the beginning of our session around the bar should be high on the evidence that is being created and submitted with respect to the rigor and the methodological rigor and data quality. And certainly I myself have been do I say a victim or or an instigator of poor methods in the past. Some of the stuff I published years ago, I'm not sure I would publish today. Was pleased to have in the last sort of 5-6 years, a very nice experience with a health authority where we were creating an external control arm for submission in a rare disease setting, but really benefit from sort of that early and often engagement with the health authority to address what sort of methodological concerns we need to have in terms of what kind of real world data set would be appropriate to align as an external control to our clinical trial, et cetera. And so all of that sort of brings me to probably one of the reasons I'm here today, which is I'm the FPIA representative for the ICH M14 expert working group. So what is ICH M14? This is an International Council for Harmonization, ICH, effort that's focused on M14 guidance, which is focused on the general principles for the plan, design, analysis of observational studies that utilize real-world data for assessments of the safety of medicines. I'll say the harmonization piece a few times. We heard it much during the previous session. Whilst that was about payers, I think the principles directly apply. There's been certainly in the area of safety assessment at RWE, but RWE in general, there's a proliferation of guidance around the world from regulators, from academic within literature. We heard about Harper and many different guidances that are out there that it really created a point in time that this group felt we have sufficient meat to chew on, guidances to harmonize. Let's get together at ICH. And so, as many of you will know, ICH is composed of representatives from regulatory agencies around the world, as well as representatives from various industry organizations. And as I said, I was there from FPIA. For our M14 effort, our chair was from the FDA and our deputy chair was from PMDA. So quite timely, given Chiho's presentation just before. For some history and context, what would eventually become M14 was initiated in 2019, actually. So these are long efforts. I feel almost embarrassed to say that after the first session and hearing some of the sort of personal stories of one of the speakers, that we're maybe taking too long to move forward in some of the efforts that we're doing. That said, in that initial effort pre-M14, the informal working group was surveyed the agencies and literature, et cetera, to say where should we start, and we came up with the goal to inform RWE for safety assessment. As I said, there are many guidances and guidelines around the world. There was reference to IDERA and recent that also came up in Rachel's presentation at the very beginning. And there, we heard about the many guidances that have been around. I'll say just one more minute on the actual guidance. So as the point and the rationale for having this M14 guidance was to address the gaps in harmonized guidance in the development, conduct, implementation, and regulatory use of these to inform decisions and assessments, provide recommendations and high-level best practice for study conduct of these studies, improve the efficiency and transparency in these studies and the resulting regulatory actions. And most importantly, these recommendations and practices should also help to reduce the conduct of multiple studies on the same safety concern for submission to multiple regulators and improve the ability of a single study protocol and report to be accepted across regulatory authorities. The study, the M14 guidance should be released very soon. We're in the last weeks of finalizing and addressing comments. It's nearly there. I had hoped it would be there before today, so I could formally announce the release, but it's not yet, but it's almost there. So I will keep my comments somewhat high level. It really, I think it sets a great framework internationally of where we can agree from a harmonized point of view of what's going to be acceptable at the regulators for real world evidence. There are still many challenges and risks, and I think we'll get to that in some of the discussion questions. The scope of this guidance is on safety assessment. That said, the principles do apply for utilization and even effectiveness studies. There is now future ongoing efforts for ICH in effectiveness. And with that, I will end, and I believe pass on to my colleague, Gracie Crane.
Yes, thanks so much, Daniel.
Thanks.
I know we're definitely interested in seeing that final guidance when it is released. So definitely eager there. But I'm sorry, Gracie, so you are definitely up next. So I will pass it right to you.
Oh, brilliant. No, thank you very much, Valerie. And thank you very much, Daniel. You teed me up well. If we just move to the next slide, just a little bit about my role. So I work at Roche Genentech, and I actually work in the regulatory policy group. I have spent some time as a data scientist as well. So within the data science group, so I've kind of dealt with real world data as well, hands-on experience of real world data. And now I look at it from a policy angle, which certainly makes it interesting. So I think you all have heard this proliferation of guidances that are available for real world data. So I think, I think Ashley mentioned over 55 guidances that are available. And there are also associated materials as well. And I think this then creates a little bit of a problem for in terms of when you're actually coming to do a real world data study for filing purposes. Because of course, as companies with global footprints, we have global filing dossiers that we then file within with different jurisdictions. And so you can imagine if there is a discrepancy or misalignment between the different jurisdictions, and that makes our lives really difficult in terms of the filing. And of course, the knock-on effect is that everything gets delayed in getting to getting the approval and getting to the patient as well. So I think with that in mind, I think one of the things that the work of the harmonization is really important in this area. And as Daniel just mentioned, the ICH piece is really crucial. I know that Amy spoke about the data mosaic, and I'm talking about the ICH puzzle board. And this is really where we're trying to pull, or I'm trying to pull on the threads that of the different guidances that are available in ICH, just to give you a sense of what, how it's all coming together. So first off, I think there's the yellow piece of the puzzle, which is the ICMRA statement. So ICMRA is the International Coalition for Medicines Regulatory Agencies. And in June 2022, they had a workshop. So this is 38 regulators from around the world. And they released a press statement calling for a global collaboration on the use of real-world evidence for effectiveness, for utilizing real-world evidence for effectiveness analysis for medicines. And that kind of, if you like, created this desire to work together. And of course, and following that, there was what's in the pink puzzle piece, the reflection paper. And the reflection paper really outlined a strategic approach for ICH to address some of these challenges. You've already heard about M14 from Daniel, which is the blue puzzle piece. And then there are two associated guidances, if you like. There's the E6R3 Annex 2. And this, again, it's in step 4 of the ICH process at the moment. It's gone through an intensive public consultation. And what this specifically draws out is the fact that, if you have novel study designs that have either got pragmatic elements or decentralized elements or real world data, how do we organize these sorts of trials so that they are GCP compliant? And then there's a slightly older guidance, which is the E6R1, that actually talks about interventional trials, but also observational studies. and how they can both be used to support product lifecycle. And of course, the latest one, which is guidance that's been approved now, and that's the green piece of the puzzle, is the ICH guidance on utilization of real-world evidence for effectiveness analysis. So you can see that these ICH documents are really a cohesive framework, and they're designed to function as an integrated whole. And if you understand the way this is structured, and each puzzle piece holding a specific information, if you like, that's going to help us design our studies, then that actually understanding that is the key to navigating this evolving regulatory landscape. Next slide, please. So this slide simply is what I've called the roadmap, and it just sets out, what I have, the different documents that I've referred to. And so what I want to kind of share here is the fact that there's this new topic that's been approved. So that was approved in June 2025 for real world evidence. And actually, there's going to be a kickoff meeting later this year, so in November. So we'll get the working group together, and the process will start. And of course, I'll have a lot to learn from Daniel and others who have kind of been working in this space. But also, that's not the only one. The other one that's actually that will follow quickly would be an ICH guideline on natural history and registry studies. So that's after the real world evidence, the effectiveness guideline is kicked off. So these things are coming together. And for me, the key takeaway that I want to leave with all of you is that the era of treating real-world evidence as a niche or maybe purely post-marketing activities is over now. ICH, in fact, is building this comprehensive, integrated framework that embeds real-world data across the development lifecycle. And with that, I'll hand over to my colleague, Julia.
Thanks so much, Gracie. We appreciate that, that overview, and I find that roadmap graphic to be particularly helpful. So it seems like we have a few more to watch for from ICH. So finally, we'll hear from Julia before we transition into our moderated discussion. Julia?
Thank you, Valerie. And hello, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Valerie and Rochelle for inviting me to join this critical RWE policy workshop. It's my great pleasure to discuss international RWE regulatory policy landscape alongside esteemed colleagues who share a commitment to scientific advancement and public health. While RWE has made tremendous progress in oncology and rare disease, largely due to urgent unmet medical needs, we must recognize that its application in chronic disease remains very limited. This is a very striking gap, and worldwide about 1 in 3 adults lives with one or more chronic diseases. Its a staggering burden accounts for approximately 70% of global deaths, and the cost is projected to reach $47 trillion by 2030. Although chronic diseases may not always be immediately fatal, they can profoundly impact individuals, families, and entire economies, underscoring the urgent need for innovative approaches and solutions. For example, obesity stands as the largest unmet medical need worldwide, serving as the root cause for many major diseases, including type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Traditional registrational clinical trials in chronic disease are enormous undertakings. For example, a single phase 3 chronic kidney disease trial may require over 5,000 participants run for 5 years and exceed $500 million. In other words, about $1 million per subject. This is not a misstatement, and these trials are immensely costly in both time and resources. And clearly, if we aim to deliver needed therapies to patients more quickly and efficiently, and we have to look beyond traditional clinical trial designs. While randomized controlled trials are still the gold standard, we all acknowledge that it's time to fully harness the power of RWE to accelerate clinical development in chronic disease. Innovative RWE study designs, such as registry-based randomized controlled trials, RRCT, show great promise. At the Duke FDA RWE workshop last year, I shared DAPA-MI as a case study, which is the world's first indication-seeking registry-based RCT. It's a powerful example to show what is possible. There's a tremendous potential to expand RRCTs. For example, if the high-quality registries are not available, we can consider if it can be upgraded into high-quality registries, or we can consider other types of data sources, for example, EHR, EMR, and other registry-like databases. Another exciting opportunity is hybrid control. We know external controls have been used in oncology and rare disease. However, the regulatory acceptance for a pure external control arm in chronic disease is very low. Hybrid control could be an effective middle ground. It combines the randomized controlled arm with external control. External control could come from EHR, EMR, previous clinical trials, or other sources. FDA is also very interested in hybrid control design, and one of their RWE demonstration projects actually focuses on hybrid controls. The objective of this demonstration project is to solve the complicated statistical challenges for hybrid clinical trials. This project was awarded to University of North Carolina and Genentech, and this group is very active and has already published at least 6 papers and give multiple presentations at different conferences. And therefore, my plea to the committee developing the new ICH RWE guidance and to all who influence RWE policy is this: please do not let chronic disease be overlooked. Chronic disease affect over 30% of people worldwide and impose a massive, ever-growing burden. By fully unlocking the power of RWE in addressing chronic diseases, we can deliver safe, effective, high quality, and affordable medicines to patients more rapidly. And today, I'm truly excited to discuss how industry, regulators, and academia can come together to expand the use and the impact of RWE and shaping policies that better serve patients with chronic conditions. So I would stop here and thank you, and I look forward to a great discussion today.
Great. Thanks so much, Julia, for those remarks, especially stressing the emphasis and the role of RWE in chronic diseases. I feel like we often hear about the role and potential for RWE when it comes to rare diseases or pediatrics, as we heard from Chiho's remarks at the top of the session, but also good to remember that RWE can be used in these different scenarios as well to help accelerate drug development. So this brings us to the discussion phase of our session, the fun part, as I like to say, where we get to just have a conversation. But thank you all so much for those opening remarks. I'd like to remind our audience as well that you can submit questions through our Q&A function here in Zoom, which should be at the bottom of your Zoom window. So for our panelists, I thought that we could kick off our conversation around international harmonization efforts and how they've progressed in the RWE space over the past year. I'd love to hear if there are any trends that you've been watching closely. Perhaps we could get things kicked off with Gracie, and then we can go from there.
Great. Thanks so much, Julia. And thank you all for the
Sure. I think, thank you, Valerie, for that question. And it's, you know, I was just reflecting on what we've heard now. So there's definitely this trend for the harmonization piece. So we've heard that from Daniel, and also the kind of unmet, you know, the different areas that Julia mentioned that we quite often, you know, there are certain spaces that we always think about, and yet there are other spaces that, you know, don't come to mind so readily. So I think that is a great shout out for thinking about chronic diseases as well. But I think what I was kind of reflecting on was also the evolving role of the regulators in this space, because I think, you know, through Darwin EU, so this is the EMA's evidence, real world evidence engine, real world evidence generation engine. I think we're seeing regulators themselves kind of utilizing data sources and answering the questions that are being posed. I'm thrilled to see, because of course they're building in the transparency that actually Shirley Wang talked about, you know, the kind of radical transparency to, because all of these studies that are done in Darwin EU are actually openly, the protocol is shared, the study is registered in the HMA EMA catalog. So we're kind of learning alongside, you know, the regulators, as sponsors, we're all learning together in this space. So I think that's an interesting trend. I think, and the other one I think to highlight is, you know, we started off with these frameworks, so at the FDA real world evidence framework and other frameworks, but now we're actually seeing very tangible, granular guidances as well. You know, like I think I was just reflecting on the most recent one. I think, you know, Julia, you talked about external control. So now we've got external control guidance from FDA, we've got external control guidance from MHRA, and actually EMA are also kicking off external control guidance. So, you know, how do we build all these? How do we put them all together? That's another kind of thing that, you know, we as industry need to reflect on, because, you know, there has to be some kind of alignment, but it's great to see the granularity being put into this. So yeah, a few thoughts from myself.
Could I build on top of that, Valerie, or?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'd like to build on the Darwin a bit and just sort of bring it back to, on the one hand, it's a challenge, and I know that's a later question, but it's also a trend that we're seeing of how do we address the sort of patchwork of healthcare systems and healthcare data sets that we have. And so there are a number of efforts to try to bring some level of standardization and access, et cetera. We had, certainly in Europe through the IMI, now IHI efforts, we had IMI Eden that spawned the Eden Foundation as a sort of federated network sort of approach, as well as Darwin EU, which is sort of the regulatory partner to that. We have the IHI IDERHA, IHI GREG, that have various objectives to sort of build these kind of secure, transparent data processing architecture to try and address some of these gaps in how do we access these data? How do we standardly, in a standardized way, implement them? Do we have tools to do this? Are the tools standardized? And so there's definitely an increasing trend there, which I think is all under that umbrella of harmonization, because we have a lot of variability in patients, healthcare systems, data sources, data assets. We certainly aren't covering everything. This is a trend I'd like to see more of just be back to the initial talk of the day, of are we building in those variable data assets that are much more patient-centric? Are we building them in well enough? I'm not sure, but I definitely have seen this trend of trying to harmonize across our data assets as well.
Okay, I will chime in a little bit more. International harmonization efforts in RWE space, as Gracie and Daniel mentioned, they have made excellent progress over the past year. And the regulatory agencies such as FDA, EMA, PMDA, MHRA have strengthened collaboration on the RWE guidance, data standards, and the frameworks for evidence generation. And also ICH has advanced work on integrating RWE into regulatory decision-making, and Gracie shared, the very exciting E23. From my point of view, I closely watch two trends. One is the external control and its expansion to hybrid control. Both, as Gracie mentioned, both the FDA and MHRA have published the guidance for external control, and EMA is planning to have such a guidance. And actually, I think it's the last year EMA actually hosted public workshops on this topic. So certainly this shows that the regulators have a growing interest in external control. As I said in my opening remarks, the regulatory acceptability for pure external control for chronic disease is very low, and hybrid control will be a promising middle ground. For example, BI, Boehringer Ingraham, has a trial in idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, which used the hybrid control design, and the results have actually been published in New England Journal of Medicine in 2022. It's like 3 years ago. Even though idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis is considered a rare disease, but it sets a very important precedence for hybrid control applications in chronic disease area. The other trend I closely watch is the intersection of RWE and AI. AI has the potential to revolutionize the generation of RWE by enhancing data integration, analytics, efficiency, and cost effectiveness. Rochelle, Rob, Ivy, and several other panelists mentioned AI and RWD in their remarks. AI can manage and integrate large, diverse data sources and automate data cleaning and processing, and enable analysis of unstructured information through natural language processing. Additionally, advanced AI analytics can uncover complex patterns that might elude traditional methods, offering deeper clinical insights. By streamlining this process, AI not only accelerates the generation of RWE, supporting more timely decision-making, but also reduce the cost by minimizing the need for manual data handling. As AI becomes more deeply integrated into RWE workflows, it promises continued innovation in the generation and application of healthcare evidence. So in summary, I closely following the evolution of external control, hybrid control strategies, and the integration of AI with RWE. So I look forward to hearing a little bit more, maybe during the later discussion about these aspects. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Julia. Gracie or Daniel, did you have any additional comments you'd like to respond to Julia around AI and its role? Gracie, I see you nodding.
Yes, yes. I was just thinking about when Julia was speaking that I would like to add a couple of thoughts. I think, and we have this discussion quite often within Roche's. I think, I think real world data is it's a little bit, I guess, thinking around real world data is a little bit more mature, if you like, when you compare to where AI is, because I think there is this need to build the transparency in AI. And of course, with real world data, we're already thinking about how do you build the transparency. So I think there's a lot of principles that we have come up with for real world data that can actually be applied across into AI to build the trust and the credibility that we need in order to be able to use AI. Because I think quite often, there is this reluctance, if you like, or and there is this reticence even within some of our teams. How do we? Nobody wants to use this kind of AI that is a black box type of issue. So So the question really is, how do we build that transparency? How do we build the credibility? And how do we build the trust in AI? Very similar to, how we're doing it for real world data. So that was one kind of reflection that I just wanted to bring to this discussion.
Yeah, I might add further to that is that similar to Gracie, we have the same discussions and same pilot cases of using AI across lots of different types of RWE use cases here at J&J. I think given this session is about regulatory policy, that does become a challenge of how do we translate that technical use of AI for opening up so many possibilities and opportunities. I think they are huge, but the translation of that into policy is still quite I still think there's quite a path to go up to have that translation of the sort of AI tools that we have, and things that we don't even know yet. I mean, I think it's rapidly evolving, and so I fear that our regulatory policy won't move at the same pace as the use of AI is, and so that is definitely a challenge that we have to figure out how to all work together to address that.
Yeah, a future topic for ICH.
Yes, yeah, yes.
Absolutely, and I appreciate, Daniel, you bringing it back full circle to because yes, we do have to have those regulatory policy considerations as well as we apply these different methodologies. I'd love to change gears just a little bit. So we've discussed some trends, we've discussed the role of AI, kind of that future-facing view. But I wanted to go take a little bit to discuss what are some key challenges when it comes to international harmonization in this space, and how can individual country policies impact international harmonization efforts? Is anyone who'd like to kick us off with that question?
Did you say Daniel? I didn't. Oh, yeah. You'd like me to kick off?
I said if there's anyone, so
oh, okay. Okay,
please.
sorry. Well, I mean, I talked about a little bit before, but I think it is this in terms of data assets in our patchwork of healthcare systems and often independent, unlinked data. That's as we certainly in Europe, as you work in sort of the European health data space, there are a lot of challenges there to bring together that we have a standardized approach, and there are some efforts ongoing to try and address this, as I mentioned, some of these IHI. Some of these IHI efforts, but we still have challenges in interoperability between different data sets. Do we have good transparency on metadata of all the different data sets out there? There's still quite a bit of variability, and the guidance is not harmonized, let's say, at this point in time. And that's sort of where we are here today, is trying to understand policy. And I just to bring it back to what we're talking about, I do think the use of AI is a key challenge, because we have so many of these individual, as I said, sort of use cases where we're using it, but it's not yet standardized across practice and therefore translated into policy. And I think that's a huge challenge. But I'll stop there and let the others contribute.
Yeah, I can just continue a little bit more about this topic. I think the international harmonization faces a variety of complex challenges. My background is in statistics. Before I joined AstraZeneca, I spent 13 years in the FDA CDER Office of Biostatistics. So I naturally tend to focus on data-related issues. In my view, one of the most significant hurdles is the considerable variation in data sources across different countries. Healthcare data can originate from electronic health records, insurance claims, patient registries, mobile health applications, and their variability, quality, and structure of these data sources can vary widely from one country to the other. While some countries, maintain comprehensive, centralized healthcare databases with standardized format and high quality, very consistent data structure. Others still rely on very fragmented, incomplete, or less reliable data sources. This makes the generation of robust real-world evidence especially challenging. Moreover, there are substantial differences in how data are collected, coded, and maintained, which can hinder both the comparability and the integration of information needed for global analysis. These discrepancies makes very difficult to develop and apply common methodologies and standardize, posing a very big challenge for achieving the level of evidence that can be uniformly accepted and trusted by international regulatory agencies. These data differences underscore why harmonization is not only a technical exercise, but also one shaped by its countries' policies, priorities, and capabilities. I will pause here. I know Gracie probably has more challenges to share.
Thank you, Julia. And I think it's kind of similar to what you've just discussed. I was just thinking about the divergent, data privacy policies, because I think to Daniel's point, the policy that actually guards the privacy of the data, I think that's just so different between the different regions. So, in the EU, we've got, if you like, one of the highest bars in terms of the GDPR, but the knock-on effect of that is, as you've articulated, there's this, if we want to create a global patient database, then we have to cross many hurdles and all these data privacy hurdles in order to be able to get that. And I guess this particularly is hard when it's an underserved patient population, when it is rare disease, when it's pediatric, when it's pregnancy. That's really where I think the kind of rubber hits the road and we're not able to do what we want. The other point I think, which you and Daniel both covered, is this difference in terminology and definitions. I think we go back and forth on glossaries, the need for glossaries, and the need for this, and because that, of course, directly affects our filing dossiers and how we kind of package up the data, as it were. Then, of course, there's the heterogeneity in the healthcare systems. I think we heard earlier this ideal from Amy about, this connected patient journey, this longitudinal patient journey. In some countries, that is possible. Like in the UK, that you can pull up all the NHS data with certain level of linkage, and you can potentially think about a connected patient journey. But in other countries, this is simply not possible. And then the other thing, which I think is just at the moment, we see it more and more, is this need for local data. So the US, are needing US data, Germany needing German data. So I think that's something that we have to watch out for as well, because I think, again, this all of this brings a certain level of siloed evidence generation needs. So a few thoughts from me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gracie. So we are almost out of time, but we do still have some time. So I'm thinking we'll do just a quick lightning round and just hear from each of you very quickly on what are some bright spots, what are some quick lessons learned that from the national or continental level that we can kind of extrapolate or use to apply to international partnerships in general that are so crucial for this harmonization work.
I can start. Go ahead, Julia.
It's okay. You can go ahead.
I was just saying, I guess ICH. I think ICH is a great place to start. Just to follow on to exactly what from Gracie just said, repeating individual studies in lots of different countries. If we have the right rigor and the right data sets, and we can show that the safety assessment has been addressed through our ICH M14, we shouldn't have to repeat studies across many different settings. It should be it should be applicable there. But I do think there are a lot of bright spots in professional in places like this, professional organizations like ISPE, where many different people are coming together to try to harmonize and agree and align on different efforts. Open source communities like Odyssey. I think that there's some good efforts there. And just one final little point on sustainability. in IHI, you have these sort of public-private partnerships that generate different efforts. And recently, there's been a nice example of IMI Eden leading to Eden Foundation. There was a sustainable view to let's continue the work there and not just stop after the public-private partnership. And I think that sort of thing, I hope, continues.
Yeah, I can follow up with example is the FDA's Sentinel initiative, because we are very familiar with this large-scale harmonization in the US. A key lesson from the Sentinel initiative is the critical role of a common data model in enabling the harmonization of RWE across very diverse data sources. By requiring participating data partners to map their local health data into the Sentinel common data model, the FDA made it possible to perform persistent, reliable analysis while ensuring data policy and security. The Sentinel initiative also highlights the importance of robust governance structures and clear protocols, which foster trust among stakeholders and ensure data quality. This example suggests that for international RWE partnership, adopting standardized data models and strong collaborative frameworks can help overcome differences in healthcare data regulatory requirements and privacy standard. However, international efforts will need to be even more flexible to account for the additional legal and cultural difference. So I will stop here and then want to hear more from Gracie.
Thank you. So I've got 3 bright spots to share. One is the fact that, I think through Darwin, we know, that actually the federated network, this federated data model with the help of a coordinating body actually can work. And of course, Daniel mentioned Eden as well. So I think, we've got these networks that we can utilize, and we know now we're learning how to work within federated data networks. And of course, the value of transparency is really crucial in this. I also want to mention that we recently heard that ICMRA, ICMRA are actually doing some studies that are, that will be across 38 regulators. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how they kind of, what platform they use to pull the data, what data sources they use. So, they're running a couple of studies in vaccines and then, and one on GLP patterns of use as well, which I think will be, we'll have learnings from there. And then finally, it would be remiss if I didn't mention Harper. There is a tool right there that will help us, as Shirley mentioned. And I think, having something like Harper will really kind of help get standardized, real world data studies into the hands of regulators, which hopefully will, help remove this case by case analysis and will give us a lot more confidence to go to the different jurisdictions with the same package. But with that, I'll stop.
Great. Well, thank you all so much for joining us for this session and for such a lively discussion. I'm going to turn it over to Rachel, who will be moderating our last session. Rachel.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And then thank you to all of our audience members for staying with us during this dark and stormy afternoon here in the DMV area. Hopefully the weather is much better or sunnier wherever you are around the world. So I'm going to pull us into our final session for today, where we will explore lessons learned across a breadth of regulatory use cases involving real-world data and evidence, and also present and discuss challenges to developing real-world data to address questions of regulatory concern. Our panelists who are joining us today for this session will discuss key steps to transform those challenges into opportunities to co-create with regulators. And now, before I introduce and welcome our panelists, I want to take a moment to review a few key takeaways from a recent peer-reviewed scientific paper that was published by our colleagues at the US FDA. The paper is entitled Real-World Evidence in New Drug and Biologics License Applications Approvals During Fiscal Years 2020 to 2022. So as we move into our next slide, here is a quick overview of a table that's presented in this paper. The table is what you see here on the screen. It's a very informative table, and it really highlights how in this work, the authors discuss 5 distinct regulatory use cases that involve 3 distinct real-world evidence study types and 2 real-world data sources that emerged in those studies, or that were used rather in those studies. Specifically, the studies comprised of, or at least one study comprised of 1 single-arm interventional trial with additional treatment data, as well as a comparator arm derived from real-world data, specifically medical records data. There were 3 observational cohort studies that were non-interventional. These involved medical records and registry data. I know we've talked a lot about registry data today, so this, sort of reinforces that thinking in a way that we imagine real-world data utility in the form of registry data, as one example. And then 2 externally controlled trials used registry data as well. So moving into our next slide, where we can take a closer look at what was discussed in this paper, we see in the case of fostinopterin, real-world data from medical records across 15 countries were used to observe and report overall survival. And that did involve a treatment arm and a natural history control arm. The medical records were used, in fact, to create a treatment and natural history control arm. And then in the case of tacrolimus, scientific registry of transplant recipients data were used to evaluate graft failure and death in lung transplant recipients. They compared outcomes under treatment with the natural history of transplants with minimal or no immunosuppression. The next case, that use case highlighted in this paper, is vosaritide, which, whereas the researchers used the U.S. achondroplasia natural history registry data, that data was used as an external control arm in 2 studies that were a part of this investigation. Next, in the case of abatacept, the CIBMTR registry data database was used to compare overall survival among those with versus those without abatacept treatment. Lastly, in the case of alpelisib, medical record data from 7 sites across 5 countries were medical record data, in fact, from 5 countries, and this was generated via the FDA's expanded access or compassionate use pathway, I should add, were used in a single-arm study. So again, this was just a bit of a deeper dive into the slide we saw just before. And as we move into our next slide, we are going to essentially provide another overview of what was covered in this paper. So applications approved by FDA's CEDAR showed that real-world evidence was able to substantially contribute evidence of effectiveness and convey this to the FDA in ways that they felt were meaningful to allow them to make a final decision. And the real-world evidence here provided necessary safety data as well. No study only provided safety data necessary for approval. 5 approvals between 2020 and 2022, with 6 studies total, again, 4 comprised of registry data and 2 comprised of medical record data. All medical products that use real-world data to show efficacy and safety had orphan drug classification. So all of this considered, this gives us some food for thought, and we'll take that food for thought and build it into our discussion during our final session for today. So our next slide allows me to introduce our panelists who are with us today. I'm happy to introduce to everyone here with us, Heather Rubino, who is the head of safety surveillance research at Pfizer. Next, we have Chris Kim, who is the director of observational research for epidemiology and real-world evidence at Amgen. Last but not least, we have Anne-Marie Meyer, who is an independent advisor and expert on epidemiology and health informatics. She's currently a vice president with ACC Solutions and an adjunct associate professor at UNC Chapel Hill. So as I turn it to my panelists to kick off their opening remarks, I will turn it first to Heather. Please go right ahead.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I had a couple of slides prepared, and I'll be honest, I think we've stolen a lot of thunder in the previous conversation, so I'll slip through the first 2 slides really quickly, but I think it's great that we're all kind of aligned. Next slide, please. So these are the slides that I think we can move through relatively quickly because we've well covered it, but that the regulatory landscape is always changing, particularly for real world evidence. I want to highlight that maybe the ways in which the regulatory landscape is changing is not dissimilar from surveillance activities in general, which means that a lot of the time we are driving the car by looking in the rearview mirror. And the rear view mirror in RWE is very heavily, there's a lot of images in the back of safety and safety surveillance, because that's where some of the first and longest terms adoption of safety of RWE for regulatory purposes has really created a foundation that I think we can build upon. I'd also like to just challenge folks to think of the fact that because we're driving the car by looking in the rearview mirror, all of these guidance documents need to be updated, and they serve as a minimum standard against which we will accept, or we expect patients will accept, the kind of evidence and results from it. I hope to see an increase in that standard over time that is informed by the innovative and breakthrough ideas that will come from not just the safety surveillance we're doing, but also interrogations of other real world evidence for other purposes, such as effectiveness and health value and evidence, and some of the payer conversations we heard about earlier today. Next slide, please. So I just want to highlight once again, this is the same theme that we've already talked about. I think one of the things that we've already also touched on a little bit is that there's been a really huge amount of work to make sure that there's some harmonized North Stars across all the regulatory agencies and some alignment around that. And I'm excited to see that that work is ongoing. And I don't mean to quote back to some of the previous panelists, their own checklist, but I think these are the North Stars that come through when we're thinking about how we want to use real world evidence, and what are the base core, the platforms we want to work from. So one of the things that's the most optimistic to me is this clear and early communication and engagement with regulatory authorities, and building a framework around that can work in stronger models. So the ability to go to a regulator with an idea that might be something creative that they haven't seen before, or might push an envelope, to be able to get that acceptance, to get that, well, if we were to do it this way, this is what it would take for us to get to a yes on accepting, take your pick, AI, natural language processing, an alternative approach to medical record review, any of the like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a few tangible examples of how we've done this work within Pfizer, and these are just a few high-level examples. And I want to highlight one thing, is that some of these examples I'm giving you are a little bit old, and I want to highlight that because these examples, the tenets behind them, the things that they engendered, ended up being codified in these additional guidance documents that I showed you earlier. So next slide, please. Okay, this is just once again highlighting that RWE can be used at every stage of drug development. And it's about using those fit for purpose with strong design approaches. Next slide, please. Okay, so our use case one is a post-authorization safety study that was a post-marketing commitment for Fragmin in neonates with venous thromboembolism in the UK. And the objective here was to evaluate the safety, effectiveness, and dosing of dalteparin for treatment of venous thromboembolisms in neonates. You'll see a theme here where we're using medical record reviews. Again, review of medical records from 5 hospitals. It was a descriptive study, and the study was from 2021 and 2022. And while at the age that I'm at now, 2022 doesn't seem that long ago, it is an eternity in the world of real world data. I think if we can move to the second half of the slide. Oh, no, if we go back, I think we're missing the second. there's a whole, okay. So what happened as a result of this? We were able to change the label, and I think that that was really powerful. I think there was a technical glitch in the slide, so and maybe I can go to the next slide and we'll talk about what those changes in the label were. And the reason I'm going to focus on changes in the label is because the label is one of the most powerful ways by which we transform data into action in pharmacoepidemiology. So you'll see here that we were able to update the label and make sure that the adverse reactions were really well characterized, and that it was noted in the clinical studies, and that the indication was changed as a result of it, so that the treatment of symptomatic venous thromboembolism was then to reduce the recurrence of pediatric patients from birth. So this is an example of just one of many that we're proud of. If we can move to the next slide, please. So this was another post-authorization safety study, and I see that half of the slide didn't come through again, so that's okay. You'll see the same theme come through. So the objective here was to understand the safety and effectiveness of piperacillin tazobactam in the treatment of pediatric hospital-acquired pneumonia. It was a cohort study, so using a little bit different methods from the previous study, and it used secondary data from Pediatric Health Information System and patient charts from 6 US hospitals. It was a descriptive study, and this milestones were the protocol was approved in 2012 and the final report was in 2019. The pieces of the slide that you're missing are the ways in which the study engendered some of those early checklist items that I spoke about on my second or third slide. So one of the things that the regulators were really, that was important in terms of that acceptability is the replicability of the codes of the coding list, as well as being able to go back to those medical records. We can go to the next slide. We'll talk about the impacts to the label. Once again, here we were able to impact the label in a few different ways. Here is, we were able to update the adverse reaction section, the indications and usage in pediatric use. If we can go to the next slide, please. And okay, so let me, so the challenges here, we struggled with around data ownership and access. Specifically, service providers and data custodians might refuse to share due to data ownership rights and contractual limitations. I'll highlight that this, and I'm not sure why the slides aren't showing up, but I'll highlight that this is a thread that we see that comes up quite a lot. There's been a huge amount of proliferation of available data, and we want the strongest data available, certainly. But we also want to be able to use data sources that can document that transparency throughout the life cycle of the data. And oftentimes we'll work with the data aggregator, and it's really core to that is that the data aggregator has a clear view on what the different sources of their data are doing. And that's, I think, if you'll allow me a tangent for just a moment, that's particularly more important in the world of AI right now, because these data are being transformed at their conception by AI tools. Here we go. So as they're being transformed at conception, or they're being transformed every time the EHR gets updated, right? The literal interface, we need to understand how that is changing the data in a way that might ultimately change an incidence rate, for example, that is a surveillance artifact. So some of the other challenges that we've had in that way, so what we're looking for is for folks to be able to document that they're doing all the minimum standards that we've outlaid with the regulators, and that's been those cohesion around those North Stars, but also be able to document that and be able to ask the questions of their partners, build those strong relationships, not just be a taker of the data, but really understand what is being sent through in those pipelines, and be able to communicate that to us so that we can communicate that when we're understanding, when we're writing our protocols, when we're getting that reviewed by a regulator, and ideally adopted and executed in order to be able to interpret the results and ideally inform the labels and patients and providers. So two other challenges really quickly are privacy and legal regulation and restrictions. This can make it very difficult for a sponsor to access the medical records in order to be able to evaluate the strength of that medical record. So even if that is not possible for the sponsor, it needs to remain possible for an inspection by the regulator. So what are the ways that we can work with those partners to ensure that that level of visibility and transparency is possible all the way back to that source record? That's particularly important. I've heard a lot of talk today in the concept of harmonization. And harmonization is very powerful, but we don't want to harmonize so much that we create a bit of a data monoculture and we lose the strength of having a heterogeneous data source and what all of those heterogeneous data sources can tell us, not just to allow us to do the inter-data source validity checks that we really want to do and need to do. And then the technical and operational challenges. This is compliance during transfer processing, effect on final report submission, timeline, additional resources. A lot of this work can be done on the upfront. So what can we do to strengthen the way that we're evaluating these data and the partners we're working with in that? So that was the end of my slide. I have the distinct pleasure of just highlighting that this work is done by the wonderful folks on my team. So I'm not going to take all the credit for it because they're the ones that are boots on the ground doing that work, and I just get to brag about them for a moment. But thank you. Thank you for bearing with me through some technical challenges around these slides, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have. But Rochelle, back to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Heather. And apologies for the technical issues, everyone, including you, Heather. And we can certainly remedy that with Heather after today's event, just to make sure that everything is seamless and smooth for all of our viewers. And to ensure that all of the important content has been conveyed to everyone as well. So that being said, we are going to move into our, move to our next discussant or presenter. Chris, please feel to take it from here.
Great. Thanks, Rochelle, for inviting me to present on this particular topic. As was introduced in the earliest part of the session, external controls for regulatory decision-making was a key theme observed in that publication. And I'll be talking about an example that we at Amgen had recently just completed. Go next slide, please. So I'll be presenting a case example on behalf of the carfilzomib pediatric study team about conducting an externally controlled study when an RCT is no longer feasible. I'll present predominantly about 3 key areas outlined here in the middle regarding the regulatory history timeline, various study design considerations, as well as implementing FDA's real-world data standards that have been issued in their guidance documents. And then I'll close with a couple of reflections and learnings from this experience. Next slide, please. So the primary question that we were looking to address here was, if a RCT is no longer feasible, could we potentially propose to the regulatory agencies to do an externally controlled trial and still meet the regulatory requirements set out? So a little bit of background. Amgen had originally committed to both the FDA and the EMA that we would conduct an RCT to investigate carfilzomib-based regimen for treatment of pediatric ALL. And this would have been to meet the pediatric study plan and the PIP requirements. So before the phase 2 RCT program began, the management of ALL changed dramatically with the approval of many novel agents. You can see them listed here in the first bullet in the middle. This then made it so it was no longer really going to be feasible to be able to conduct an RCT, especially to randomize patients to a chemo-only arm where carfilzomib is being added to his chemotherapy backbone to understand the treatment effect of adding carfilzomib to chemotherapy. Additionally, during this time period, multiple guidance documents were issued, including one that sort of set up the framework for the RWE program at the FDA, which offered the opportunity to think about, can externally controlled studies be a potential option? So after multiple engagements with the regulatory agencies, it was communicated that a well-designed study in a narrowed population with the highest unmet need potentially could be acceptable to meet the regulatory requirements. A real emphasis there is that it could be acceptable. As we know, externally controlled studies, they're not especially common, and they may be faced with a number of challenges. And so it was up to us to propose something that would potentially meet the guidance as well as answering the scientific question of estimating that treatment effect. Next slide, please. This is a timeline of the history of the commitment to the FDA and the EMA of this pediatric work stream. So you can see on the far left, we have the RCT commitment in 2014. And then over the course of this entire timeline, I'll point out two things in particular. One is that we had quite a few engagements with the agency regarding various implementations and execution of both the guidance and our study. And then two, that many of the guidances that were issued over the course of the timeline, we took those guidance documents and tried to implement them as best as we could into execution of the study. So we as a team would evaluate what were in those guidances and see if we could implement them appropriately. And then you can see at the tail end over almost a decade, or a little over a decade, that we managed to complete this pediatric requirement. Next slide, please. Here is a schema that shows off the study design of the interventional trial as well as the external control. The upper portion of the diagram shows the chart, which has 105 patients enrolled into the study. After they received their reinduction regimen, the primary objective was to estimate the complete remission rate. The second row shows the design of the observational study that would form the control arm. And this design largely mimics the interventional trial, but the main difference is one, that we started with a very large cohort of relapsed and refractory acute lymphoblastic leukemia patients. And then we applied the inclusion criteria that we could apply from the clinical trial to arrive at an external control arm of about 140 patients. From there, the remainder of the study design partly mimics that of the clinical trial. Next slide, please. So the external control arm was designed with pharmacoepidemiologic comparative effectiveness principles. So three key things I would like to point out here. The first part was related to the first three bullets here, that is population identification and selection, then to achieve exchangeability, comparability of the endpoint such that you're actually measuring the same thing in both studies, and then that you're using all the appropriate analysis methods to address any potential validity issues, such as confounding both measured and unmeasured. And so we use these principles to guide the design and to make sure it was consistent with guidance that was available at the time. And then we found when the external control guidance was issued a few years later, that many of the principles there were applied. Next slide, please. The next topic I'll be talking about is the application of CDISC standards to real-world data. We know that real-world data is much more heterogeneous in nature than a clinical trial, and that real-world data doesn't always map straightforwardly to CDISC, as many of the CDISC constructs that are expected don't necessarily exist or may be entirely missing in real-world data. Next. So how we dealt with this issue was having an ultimate goal of traceability. So how did we arrive at the data set that we eventually were submitting to the agencies? And thus we had engaged with agencies on a proposed mapping for the data set into the CDISC standard with a lot of verbose documentation. And our hope was to get some feedback on that proposal. And for areas where there wasn't strict guidance, have this proposal and understand what the agency was potentially looking for. Next. So through this approach, we gained a lot of experience of how to possibly map to CDISC. We came to understand that it was possible to do it, although it may be somewhat imperfect. Next, please. So at the end of this very long work stream, we had a couple of reflections from it, and they're presented here in the summary slide. So the first takeaway was that if we focused on being grounded in strong scientific details, such as understanding why an RCT wouldn't be possible, using the best available methods to conduct these types of studies as best as possible, that puts you in presenting the best methodologic as well as strong case for having external control be a potential acceptable option. Second, we engage with the agencies very frequently. We always sought alignment and we always sought feedback on all the proposals. And then we use the guidance documents as the best way to guide how we might be thinking about this. Third, and this is related also to the second bullet, which is that we understand that mapping real-world data can be fairly imperfect to the CETA standard. But we found that through active proposals and trying to map it as best as we could, that we can build this knowledge, and this potentially could then be sustainable to further build future applications. And then lastly, agility is really important. Unexpected issues will probably arise. Externally controlled studies tend to be newer relative to just descriptive studies, pharmacoepidemiologic studies, and randomized clinical trials. This is an evolving space with new guidance documents as well as newer methodology papers coming out. The best that you can do, that we could do, was take all of that, evaluate how much we can implement, and then try to implement that as best as we could. And then on the next slide, just a quick set of acknowledgements. For the external control component of our study, we worked closely with the Therapeutic Advances in Childhood Leukemia. Without their collaboration on this, it never would have been possible. Want to just highlight there are so many functions that played a key role in the execution of these studies. They're listed here, and then of course to Duke-Margolis for inviting us to present on our study. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Christopher. And in fact, we had a question from one of our audience members about CETA's transformation. So I believe your presentation took a deep dive into that, and we hope that the audience was able to absorb a great deal of information as far as what is entailed with transforming real-world data into the CETA's standard that is often required, if not always required, by the FDA. So that said, I'm going to turn it to our final presenter and panelist, Anne-Marie. Feel free to take it from here.
Thanks, Rachel. And thank you for allowing me to share, my lessons learned on real-world data as an epidemiologist. And I'm going to start, I want to say all of my opinions and analyses here are mine, and they don't represent any of the positions of clients that I work with. Can I have the next slide, please? I'm going to follow up on Heather's rearview mirror and dig into that a little bit more. And I think one of the things that I've learned is that real-world data has transformed dramatically, and we've sort of lost some of our foundational epi principles. So Heather kind of talked about that that rearview mirror in terms of safety. We started with real-world data as observational epidemiology, where we had cohorts and we had very systematic observation patient time. There was a clear time zero that made our methods robust and they fit the data. And we've eased into real-world data that were not epi-designed data, that were designed for other reasons via claims and HIPAA. But we still had some, what I think of as epi guardrails via continuous enrollment or structure, albeit we needed semantic mapping and we needed more robust relational databases to get at these concepts, but we still had some epi guardrails. But really quickly, we hyper jumped into EHR data via high tech. And with that, we have data that was really has been unsystematically collected. It's thousands of different applications, all with different rules, created by thousands of different designers and engineers with, non-epi lenses or non-epi functions or goals. So we've gone from the single data model that fit our epi methods, and I borrowed the title of this slide from a paper of George Davey Smith recently on causal methods, but it's actually our methods don't quite meet matter if we think of data being matter at this point. And so it's all these data under different clinical contexts, collected under different contexts, collections, or rules. And I think Amy talked about this as the mosaicism, right? So could I have the next slide, please? We've actually, I think, conflated 3 key time concepts. Again, initially under observational epi, database time, patient time, and calendar time were the same thing. We didn't need to differentiate. And with respect, I'll disagree with, I think it was Rob or maybe Mark, that even with linkages, we still have at least partly a technical problem when it comes to time. So now with real world data, we really are talking about database time. And this is the time of the processing pipeline for the clinical data on the patient to move through the system through hundreds of these applications and refresh cycles per application. And this is no longer calendar time, right? So every application has its own refresh rate. If we use, someone mentioned metadata earlier, if we use metadata wisely, we can line that up. But they definitely do not represent patient time as we have consistently thought of as epidemiologists and researchers, right? The observational patient experience. So these are 3 very distinct time frames that we need to figure out how to reconcile in our current real world data. And if you think about this on the bottom swim lane here, if you think about this with regard to, for example, lab data or genomic data, if you have a site where 20% of the data is run by LabCorp, an external lab, not at the site, if that site doesn't integrate the API and run the integration so that that data comes into their clinical warehouse, you won't ever see that data over on the analytical study sample. It's an unknown unknown. And similarly with genomics, a lot of these data are not done at the site. They are commercial vendors. They are in a 21st century regulatory free zone where they do not have to be shared. They are unstandardized and unsystematic. So you really aren't going to see much of that data by virtue of the pipeline of their integration. So we have this bottleneck around integration. And while we have great data exchange principles, and there were these great announcements and all this amazing, momentum around TEFCA or USCDI and FHIR, this is amazing and necessary. And I'm really excited about working on these. They are our future interstate for clinical data, but it also means that sites have to build individual exit ramps for every data table, right? So TEFCA and USCDI are the interstate, but every site, just like every town, is responsible for deciding whether it builds a 2-lane road exit ramp or an 8-lane road for 7 million patients versus 70 million patients, right? That is not regulated, and that's up to the site. And the reality is the sites struggle with building and integrating these hundreds or thousands of exit ramps, right? It is totally bespoke. And so what ends up happening is, for our example with the labs, and we've done great work, there's been great advancements in labs, but we've lost 20% because it wasn't integrated. And now let's say 25% haven't mapped. We have a semantic, problem in the mapping or the integration. And with our genomic data, we can't abstract some of it. It's not available. It can't be machine read. Or there's 60% that's actually lagged because it needs to go through a whole abstraction or some other sort of processing. So it's lagged more than 90 days or so in our pipeline. And so at our analytic study sample, we end up with what I think of as new pipeline biases. And so when we get to Harper or QCard, we actually don't see a lot of these because we're blinded to it in terms of the pipeline. So I don't think, we've talked a lot about guidances in previous conversations, but I'm not sure that we've had enough collaboration or guidances addressing these pipeline issues, right? We've mostly been focused on that analytic study sample side. So, and part of this, I think, is the gap in language and translation or definition between disciplines. But we can talk about some solutions in a minute. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about two more examples that kind of highlight this. And so I love this paper or this work from my UNC colleagues on opioids, right? And I think this beautifully represents, although they didn't frame it this way, this beautifully represents the challenge of patient time, exposure time, and database time, where you see on the column, the patient through baseline procedure and discharge in the hospital, you see the opioid exposure and then where it's captured in those different patient time references, right? And there you see that if you talk about it from database time, the database time of where the exposure is captured changes dramatically along with patient time, right? They are not aligned. And so you have to think about, as we think about real world data in the current state of this mosaic, we really have to start reconsidering some of our epi principles and thinking about how we're applying these methods onto this new matter of real world data and aligning our patient time to database time and being cautious. Next slide, or there's an animation, I believe. Similarly, this second problem talks about this time zero problem, right? So if we think about, or immortal time bias, if we think about entry into a real world database, right? And we think about the prospective following of events, right? Events may appear missing, right? Or they may appear negative or zeros because there's actually a systematic database delay. Again, we talked about like events needing to go through an abstraction, needing to go through an adjudication. And so you potentially create a massive immortal time bias where 50% of your events are coming in 2 or 3 or more 4 months delayed. So if you have think about 100,000 patients in a database across multiple studies and 10,000s of events that you need to capture, this can end up becoming a serious problem. But the solution is really to think about, again, embedding these epi principles upstream in the data architecture, measuring these in terms of the refresh rates for key variables fit for purpose, and to separate and preserve these time concepts so that you can design your study around this reality. And then our real world data can still remain fit in terms of epi principles and perhaps be available for causal inference. Next slide, please. So now I want to switch and talk about how we can start to evolve the system and embrace the complexity and build what this team, Lind AI, is calling. They talk about it as building a defensive system. I think right now in EPI we are playing a little bit defense, but we can actually turn this into an offense and be more proactive about it. So what this company is doing, it's a clinical trial matching startup, and they're using real world data, both structured and unstructured, and they're digitizing protocols and they're matching patients at scale. And for this pilot example that they used in a large cancer center is they found that even with like taking the unstructured, being behind the firewall, all the access to the data, 41% of the clinical criteria were unanswerable by the clinical trial nurses because of what they call the negative or the unknown problem. And this is what I think about in EPI, right? This is like this lack of an EPI grounding, where most engineering, math, or data systems have been over-indexed on finding ones. We've been treating real-world data like a really simple Markov model for the last years, right? We hit one, we move on. We hit one, we move on. We don't think about the context and that past information. But real-world data in clinical context is fundamentally about uncertainty and about the totality of evidence. But given the pipeline invisibility and the lack of epic grounding, we're a bit hamstrung in this sort of old framing of engineering with our epi rules and that disconnect. So what this team has started to do is put some of these principles together with epi. And so they start with the structured data on the handling of the patient data. And then they use specialists, they call them specialist AI tools. So they're very, very specific in terms of dissecting unstructured data, very like scalpels, not big, huge models that do all things. It's an analogy to what James Zhu at Stanford has proposed in terms of AI agents. And then what they've done is create multiple patient trajectories or views, like disease, treatment, standard of care, guidelines, so on, workflows from the clinic, provider preferences and such. And they go actively to identify missing data or gaps in evidence in reference to clinical equipoise and expectations from other patients. So this is getting, it's much closer to our EPI concept of sort of database time and patient in terms of making sure we have clinical equipoise, making sure we have data evidence, making sure we've taken into that all those questions into account. And then they deploy knowledge graphs sort of systematically to highlight, where they can be defensive and where they need to find this insufficient evidence, definitively say not tested versus negative versus unknown. And this moves more in the direction I think Steve Farmer was talking about in terms of building AI into the clinic as a prompt where a data gap is detected that shouldn't be, right? And another critical feature that they have is they tag all of the source data evidence to make the analysis steps transparent to end users so that you can adjudicate those decisions, right? These decisions are always uncertainty. We always have probabilities, and models don't do super well with probabilities. So we need to tag this and make sure that we've done a good job at the end that for that question or for that criteria. Next slide, please. This is just a graphical representation of what I've been talking about, where you can see how they line up a specific patient. And this is a lung patient. I'll show you them a little bit more on the next slide, where you can see the actual first line of therapy. You can see the progression, the disease, how they've lined up disease progression evidence, the second line of therapy, the third line of therapy, and what could have been standard of care or what the guidelines would have said. Next slide, please. So what we need to be able to do is transform uncertainty into a systematic strength through this defensive sort of multi-lens analysis that has key insight, around the massive uncertainty and heterogeneity that we have in the real-world data pipelines. We have to start taking this into account and move upstream. The other thing that I think that I've realized in working through a couple unique commercial startup and projects is that we have to do this at the patient level. We have to start resolving these data uncertainties at the patient level individually. And now we have all these great tools with AI and LLMs and machine learning models so that we can do this. We have the compute power to do this at the patient level. Only then, I think, can we start rolling it up into EPI cohorts. We have to convince ourselves that we have untangled database time, calendar time, and patient time for each patient. Then we can roll it up and aggregate. I think it needs to be bespoke, right? So we have to have these probabilities and uncertainties, whether, we have to customize it. This is how we make it fit for purpose. We customize it by research question with explicit trade-offs around specificity for outcomes and positive predictive value for selection. Can you please hit the animations? So this is just the example of this patient in terms of where we have questions, where we have evidence and the source data captured to say, this is how I interpreted it. And at the bottom line, this defensive analysis, sort of defensive approach to the data of the pipeline and the gaps gets us a bit closer to those EPI concepts. And I think a bit closer to feeling more confident about causal inference and some of the methods that we apply. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you to each of you very much. These were fantastic presentations. And I do have one question that I'd like to ask all of you, considering content that you've presented during this session. So Heather, you mentioned, you named quite a few, or really three key challenges that are a bit, top heavy in their own right. So you mentioned data and ownership and access is one challenge. The second being privacy and legal restrictions being another challenge. And then you mentioned technical and operational challenges as well within the scope of leveraging RWE in regulatory settings. And then Christopher, you mentioned that, in your experience, highlighting one of your use cases within your organization, mapping real world data to CDISC standards. You mentioned that you all received constructive feedback from the FDA, I believe, in this regard, and you all were able to use that feedback in a way that allowed you to move forward with your development process. And correct me if I'm wrong. But then Anne-Marie, you mentioned there is a need for guidance and collaboration to address data pipeline issues that affect data curation, transformation, or even abstraction. There's a need to align patient time to database time, addressing time lags between EHR and claims data in order to improve any discrepancies or percent agreement between those databases as far as observing patient outcomes. You mentioned negative or unknown problems as well. Considering all of this and considering the need for transparency around all of this, transparency is a public priority. It's a public policy priority. Taking into consideration all of the challenges that you all have mentioned today, how do you think about and apply concepts of transparency in your work that is at the intersection of RWE and regulatory policy? And that's a question for all of you. And I can start in the little time that we have. I can turn maybe to who I see first on my screen, which is Christopher, if you'd like to answer that first. Then we'll move to Anne-Marie and lastly, Heather.
Yeah, I think transparency is obviously critically important. I think going back to one of the prior presenters, Shirley Wang, she had issued a paper in 2017 about reproducibility and transparency, showing like your work, like what we do to earn that trust, that the results that you pull from the studies that you execute against, one, you can understand the results, that they're reproducible and that they are grounded in truth. The other aspects of it, I think, are also related to making sure that you pre-specify like what you do. You're not just going around hunting for like positive p-values. You're not having the omniscient data set and the design of it being driven by observable outcomes. You design the study based off of a time zero going forward, not looking backwards to design your study to derive a potential study design that you would like to have the desired outcome for. The other aspects, I think, transparency are like public posting. If there's a certain study question that's really, really critically important, posting it to ct.gov, posting it to like the NCET registry, that just helps enhance the trust with the general public, the regulator, and scientific community that, here's this important question we're investigating. Here's what our approach is going to be. And when the results are available, then you post those results. And that is just that two-way communication of how we may think about earning trust of all the different parties that are stakeholders.
Excellent, thank you. And Marie, go right ahead.
Thanks, Rachel. You may anticipate where I'm going to go with my answer, because I've been sort of lobbying for closer collaboration between the real-world data stakeholders for a while. I think if you look at sort of in the rear view, it's been the regulations that have really changed real-world data. It was HIPAA that created the harmonized claims. It was high-tech and meaningful use that launched EHRs. But then we still had a data blocking issue. Now we have 21st century cures, but there are still a lot of gaps. And I think that we as end users have, as epidemiologists and researchers and clinical scientists, we have really unique and important insight about the importance of those gaps, right? About the importance of, genomic data being in that regulatory free zone, like 21st century only being about the main EMR data, right? It's not about any of those other peripheral systems. And as we've talked about today, as many people have mentioned, it's that full visibility from that digital footprint to pharmacy claims. I mean, I don't understand. We've had, meaningful use to required e-prescribing and a two-way door to the EMR and the pharmacies. Why, with SureScripts and with that certified requirement, why can't we get better pharmacy data harmonized in? So these are, I think I don't quite know how to make that happen. But, getting these multidisciplinary voices at the table, finding solutions to these gaps for the end users. If I could roll back time and had a magic wand, I would, go to the original high-tech rules, meaningful use, and add public health, epidemiology, and secondary use or surveillance. They're never there. And so until those requirements become part of engineering, we won't have it. Does that answer your question?
It certainly does. Yeah, thank you very much for, sharing that sort of technical overview of what's needed. It's very insightful. And lastly, Heather, what are your thoughts as we wrap up today? You get the final word for the day.
Well, first of all, I want to echo the points that Kim and Anne-Marie made. They're right on point, but I also want to bring us back to the folks that are the most important in this process, which is the patients. And when we're talking about a gap, I can't think of a larger gap than building trust at the individual level, right? So patients are only now having access to their medical records in a way that engenders their contribution and their involvement in their own care. So if we're upset that a medical record is incorrect for a case of Guillain-Barré syndrome in a study 10 years from now, making sure that those folks are connected into the work that they're doing and understand where their medical records are going is really critical in this entire process. And once again, I'm still echoing what Chris and Anne-Marie have said and everybody else has said, but I think Amy was talking about this with having at the end of the day, if you're making that mosaic or you're stitching together that quilt, the only person that has the thread throughout all of those pieces is that patient. And so if you can include them and make them part of they understand where their data is going and how important it is, I think you'll find the demand to be part of the science, we saw that come out of COVID, is astronomical. And I'd love to see us pick up that baton and move that forward in that way. I think there's some really great ways we can do that, and we've already implemented some of them, but we can build more on it. We're too disconnected still from the people who this impacts.
Absolutely. We need more patient-powered pathways to generating.
I love that.
Yes, generating and leveraging real-world data and evidence requires a more patient-powered pathway that puts the patient first. And that's exactly why we're here and doing all of this today. And it really harkens back to an earlier point or example that Rob Califf made in our Fireside chat. We're here at Duke. There is an opportunity for patients within the Duke Health system to crawl through their EHR data using generative AI. So that being said, I'm going to wrap up this session and begin to close out. I want to thank each of you for being here with us. Christopher, and Marie, Heather, you all have been fantastic. All of our panelists that have been with us today have been fantastic. And we've had yet again another very successful state of RWE policy convening. And that said, I want to go ahead and move into our final remarks. Thank you so much, Heather and Christopher and Anne-Marie once more. So in closing, I want to again thank everyone for being here, for being with us this entire time, either off and on or through the duration of the event. I do want to take a moment to just sort of wrap up a lot of the exciting developments that we heard and discussed today, and really some important policy takeaways for everyone to think about as they go about their day and their days after today, and especially, and as we think about during this, very important time in policy, what's next? What can we do next with respect to leveraging real-world data and evidence to enhance and leverage technologies in ways that we haven't thought possible, or in ways that we think about today, but can think more about tomorrow. So in our Fireside chat, we heard about challenges in getting access to relevant data. And that includes a lack of longitudinal records, reliable data collection at the point of care, knowledge on standards that are acceptable to the FDA and CMS in doing all of this. Importantly, during the session, our panelists highlighted solutions to address these challenges, like greater transparency. That's been a common thread through and through today. Also, real-world data education and standardized improvements in data to address data quality issues. Each of these remain very important. Other important areas to focus on include improving data on chronic diseases that come out of the clinical setting, ensuring that formats are consistent across different sites, using generative AI to better engage patients, as we just mentioned, and arming or supporting the FDA and CMS with tools to require studies where there are answers that are important to health systems, but also the answers that we can glean from health system data. We can take charge in our ability to do that. In session 2, we shifted gears a bit to discuss integrating representative data into clinical and regulatory decision-making. And we talked about some of the advantages of using real-world data in clinical trials, and that includes modernizing clinical trials, simplifying protocol objectives and endpoints, and improving convenience and accessibility, especially for patients. Longitudinal data collection, data mosaicism, and data stitching were introduced as ways to integrate rich data together into clinical care. Our panelists discussed potential methods to reduce data missingness and set up research for success, or create pathways for a successful research plan to happen. And that includes using passive data collection and bringing research to the patients rather than expecting patients to navigate these challenges on their own. Session 3, we touched upon the importance of distinguishing between descriptive and causal real-world evidence being used for payer and coverage decisions. And as a group, we emphasize the importance of transparency in demonstrating the credibility and rigor of real-world evidence to be used in coverage decisions, especially given that payers themselves are most concerned about whether or not a product or service is most applicable and thus of highest possible value to their beneficiary population. The panelists discussed challenges, including our fragmented U.S. healthcare system and the need for real-world evidence frameworks to recognize that reality through the form of the development of more relevant guidelines that can address the difficulties in practice as they are experienced by payers. And then in session 4, we learned about the challenges of working across multiple global jurisdictions, regulatory jurisdictions, with whereas we find different regulations, different approaches to real-world evidence management expectations, which can potentially increase workload. It can increase cost burdens and even slow down global development pathways for new therapies. However, harmonization is needed in order to increase efficiencies, and that includes reducing the need for multiple studies for a single therapy to be tested. Regulators need to engage with sponsors early and often to establish sufficient rigorous study methodologies and using pre-specified protocols, even as we've just heard. Although AI is potentially useful for real-world data generation, more transparency and trust must be established around its use, as well as standardization processes around its use to better inform global policy. Now, looking forward, forums like this one are a great way to start promoting international harmonization of real-world evidence standards. Our dashboard that is dedicated to that is one way of getting started. In organizations like the ICH, like ISPI and ICMRA and other collaborations, IHI, all of these public-private partnerships or specialized collaborations are continuously needed today and tomorrow to make this happen. Now, lastly, for session 5, our final session for the day, we heard about use cases, including 2 from Pfizer, where they conducted post-market studies that resulted in label changes based on chart reviews and cohort analyses. We also heard from Amgen, where they discussed Amgen's use cases where they used externally controlled trials using real-world data to fulfill FDA and EMA pediatric study commitments and requirements. Our panelists also discussed the importance of investing early in data quality and compliance to avoid costly delays during the transfer process or even processing of regulatory submissions involving real-world data. As the regulatory and treatment landscape is constantly changing, we need agility in our ability to design studies. All of that is necessary, and we need guidance and other important frameworks that can serve as a minimum standard of evidence or evidence management. It's also essential to maintain core pharmacoepidemiological principles that include harmonizing and integrating data sources and being cautious about over-harmonization, which can lead to a data monoculture. and bespoke data standards that are often used in individual study sites. Now, as I proceed with wrapping up today's convening, I want to first thank all of our speakers and panelists who took the time to join us today and share their very meaningful insights, all of which we will aim and certainly aspire to transform into solid policy recommendations and insights. I'd like to thank our team here at Duke-Margolis. I'd like to thank especially our Institute Director, Mark McClellan, our Assistant Research Director, Brian Cantor, and Valerie Parker, who all served as presenters and moderators today. Next, I want to thank our real-world evidence policy team, who has been supporting us in the background and who made all of this happen today with their direct efforts. That includes Matt D'Ambrosio, Nora Emmett, Miriam Nafi, Patrick Rodriguez, Molly Shields, Ryan Pond, Luke DeRocher, and Hannah Vitello. All of these individuals assisted us today in the planning and logistics for this very successful meeting. I'd like to also extend my thanks to our members of our Real World Evidence Collaborative and its advisory group, many of whom have engaged with our Institute over the last 8 years. Their support and input is extremely vital to this work and extremely vital to advancing policy conversations within the real world data and evidence space. Lastly, I want to thank everyone once again for attending this event today and for joining us and sticking with us. Thank you all again for being here, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or evening and wonderful rest of the week as well. Do take care.